So and I went and fetched my son playing archery and he came back at 8 o'clock. Anif had an event over here. I was too tired to come to the event here. I went online at home. So there's and then went back with the cold, but I recovered today. Okay, Shimin, the floor is yours. You can start now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we can show the whole page.
Okay. Thank you, Parvati. Morning, come.
Morning.
There's hot water there, there's tea and coffee at the back.
Thank you.
So help yourself. Right? Oh, but there's no sugar.
Okay,
Morning. Dear Professor, good morning everyone.
Morning. Yeah.
Okay, shall I begin?
Yeah. Okay.
My topic is Confucianism infused corporate social responsibility, formulating a distinctive framework for the pharmaceutical industry in Shandong, China. Last night I make some changes.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, every time you have a look at your friends, some mistakes or something new.
Yeah. Good that you absorb and improve as a.
Even I didn't find professor, but myself I will change it engineer. Okay, table.
改善。
对 yeah,
改善
improve, yeah, 改善。
I'm reading a book called 改善, but it's Japanese philosophy.
Oh, Japanese.
Kaizen, they call it.
Yeah.
So it's a Japanese took Chinese philosophy and turned it into Japanese philosophy. Now the Americans think that it's Japanese philosophy.
Yeah.
But the word there is 改善.
Yeah.
I know the word, right?
That's traditional Chinese.
Traditional, yes.
Yeah. Table of contents. I will introduce my.
Come in, Jen. Yeah.
Morning.
Morning. Come. Hi, Lamlin. Wow, come. Maybe some kind of traditional clothing today.
From 7 parts.
I'm using your mark, what do you call this one? Plus. Yeah. But it's too nice. I'm concerned that I break it or something.
Is it hard?
It's not. It's okay.
It's
okay.
wonderful.
Because I'm timid.
Okay, first part, background of my study. And I will introduce from 3 aspects. Nicely. And the first, I will introduce this part from 3 aspects. And the first one, CSR has gained worldwide consensus. As we all know, globally, CSR, corporate social responsibility, which can be abbreviated as CSR, has emerged as a crucial aspect of both national policy. This is what I add after you said policy yesterday.
Okay.
A crucial aspect of both national policy and corporate strategy. It has gained worldwide consensus. And carrying out CSR has great significance. It can both benefit society and contributes to the long-term success and sustainability of business. And next one. CSR standards are not universally standardized, but several frameworks and guidelines exist. Among all of the standards, ISO 26000 is in an important position. This is published by International Organization for Standardization. It covers 7 core subjects, such as organizational governance, human rights, labor practices, the environment, fair operating practices, consumer issues, and community involvement and development. And next one. And the second part I want to introduce is Confucianism and its influence in China, especially in Shandong province. All forms of CSR are based upon their underlying culture. And Confucianism is the mainstream and important part of international Chinese culture with over 2,500 years of history. Confucianism have profoundly shaped China's society, especially in Shandong province, the birthplace of Confucianism. And so understanding how these traditional values blend with contemporary CSR initiatives become imperative.
Okay. Jiarong,
Yeah.
you also doing CSR,
Yeah.
you also doing Confucianism there.
Yeah. I know.
Right, so it's connected to your work too, right?
Okay, next one. And the third part I want to introduce is ethical challenges in the pharmaceutical industry. The pharmaceutical industry is an important industry that has a bearing on people's health rights and interests. And China's pharmaceutical industry has experienced rapid progress and is the second largest market globally. And the first one is USA. And the scale of Shandong's pharmaceutical industry accounts for about 1/10 of the country. However, it also faces major ethical challenges related to the quality of medicines, commercial bribery, environmental pollution, etc. So China's pharmaceutical industry being at the forefront of public health and ethical scrutiny presents a unique landscape for this exploration. And number two, problem statement. The first one, just like what I said, industry challenges. The Chinese pharmaceutical industry faces increasing social responsibility pressures. And number two, inadequate integration of Confucian principles in CSR. How could Confucian values, these values integrate with modern CSR practices, especially within the specific industry, remains unclear. And the third one, insufficient theoretical research. I really slept up. I stayed up late last night. Confused. And current research on CSR primarily focused on Western theories and models. As we all know, the CSR was born in the Western world. So, with relatively little exploration of how Confucian values influence CSR practices. And the last one, a lack of practical guidance. Chinese pharmaceutical companies lack a clear framework for implementing CSR, especially on how to guide their CSR practices with traditional Chinese culture and values. And research objectives. The primary objectives of this research are to understand the current state of CSR practices of the pharmaceutical industry in Shandong, China, and to explore the influence of Confucian values on CSR practices. And number three, to develop a Confucianism infused CSR framework specific to the pharmaceutical sector in Shandong. And number four, to provide recommendations for implementing the Confucian-influenced CSR framework in practice. Oh, sorry, maybe I should use the same word. And research questions, the primary questions I want to research are, what are the current CSR practices in the pharmaceutical industry in Shandong, and how do they align with global CSR standards and local socio-economic contexts? And number two, how do Confucian values influence CSR practices in the pharmaceutical industry in Shandong, and what is the potential for enhancing CSR initiatives through these values? And number three, what are the key elements of a Confucianism-infused CSR framework for the pharmaceutical industry in Shandong? And what strategies can be recommended for the practical implementation of a Confucian-influenced CSR framework in this industry of Shandong? And next, significance of the study. I will introduce from two aspects: theoretical significance, bridging cultural studies and CSR, and enhancing understanding of Confucian ethics in business. expanding CSR theoretical frameworks and practical significance, guidance for CSR implementation, and enhancing corporate reputation and trust, policy development and audit, and CSR strategies development for businesses. Okay, literature review. I have combed through the relevant literature from 4 perspectives. The first one, key definition, theory, and models of CSR. Number 2, Confucian ethics and its relevance to modern business ethics. And number 3, CSR practices in the pharmaceutical industry. And number 2, previous attempts to integrate Confucianism into CSR practices. I made a table here. And around the 4 perspectives and key findings from the literature review. In summary, the key findings emphasize the potential synergy between Confucianism and modern CSR practices. Confucian values align with CSR principles, promoting ethical behavior. And while some studies have explored the general relationship between culture and CSR, and others have examined Confucianism's influence on business ethics, and a focused investigation into the actual implementation of Confucianism in CSR strategies within the pharmaceutical sector remains limited. And this synthesis of cultural tradition and contemporary corporate responsibility aims to foster ethical behavior, social harmony, and sustainable development. And next one, as part of research methodology. And this part will adopt the research onion framework to systematically outline the methodology for the research. Next one. Research philosophy. This study aligns with the interpretivist philosophy, which is suitable for understanding the subjective meanings and implications of integrating Confucian values into CSR practices. And number 2, approach to the theory development. I will use inductive approach. And next, methodological choice. I will use qualitative research. And number 4, research strategy. I will use case study. The research will employ a multi-case study approach, focusing on selected pharmaceutical companies in Shandong, as well as insights from academia, government, and industry associations. Next page. Data collection. Data will be collected primarily through semi-structured interviews. Additionally, relevant corporate documents such as company reports, CSR disclosures, relevant industry publications, internal policy documents, and observational notes will be also analyzed. Okay, next, data analysis. Qualitative data from interviews and document analysis will be subjected to thematic analysis, and Vivo, the software and Vivo will be used to for coding, classifying, and sorting data. About the sampling, I will use purposeful sampling method. Sample selection. The key criteria for selection will choose participants who can provide in-depth insights related to the integration of Confucian principles in CSR practices, and diverse perspectives, a mix of perspectives from various sectors such as business, academia, government, industry associations, and sample size, aim for a balanced representation from each sector to interview 3 to 5 individuals from each group. And ethical considerations adhere to ethical research guidelines, ensuring confidentiality and respectful treatment of all participants' information. That's all.
All right, thank you.
The end, thank you. Where is it? Here. Yeah.
All right. What happened to the C? Oh, okay, C is still on the leaf, okay. Okay, all right, that's good. This is what I like to see. One thing that is important in our presentation is that I mean the seriousness. I mean, I'm glad that both of you, Yefeng yesterday and Jimin today as well. I mean, you take the presentation seriously, where you actually have PowerPoints and you prepare for the presentation. You know. Like I emphasized many times last time, right? Your colleagues, my students, they will go through many presentations before the Viva, right? Before the final oral presentation, oral defense. If it's American called oral defense. So that you have a lot of practices making presentation about your PhD, about your masters, about your research, and then you're very familiar with your PowerPoint. Right? It's very familiar with PowerPoint, and I mean you could use other slides, presentation, other software, whatever. However, the examiners tend to be more familiar with PowerPoint. So we stick to the the familiarity of that corresponds to the examiners. You know, there are other more creative slides presentation software, but stick to the one that is more suitable to the examiner. The 3 factors of attraction: familiarity, similarity, and proximity. There's 3 things there. So familiarity is one of the factors. So the familiar people like people who are like themselves, basically, right? So the argument the opposites attract, that's a false argument. It's actually the opposite, but the opposite is in the middle like this, right? It's not opposite like that. The opposite is close. So you see friends that hang out together, they tend to dress the same way, they tend to eat the same food, then have the same conversation. So familiarity and similarity that helps in your Viva presentation. So keep to this style of presentation and keep to the PowerPoint. It's simple as that. Now we go to your slides now. Oh, Tandis and Muhammad, welcome, brother Tandis and sister Muhammad. Yeah. Okay, right. Okay. After this, we will have your presentation. Yeah, Jimin has made a presentation first. Okay. A number of things, Jimin. Let's go to your title first, right? The Confucianism infused corporate social responsibility. This will be a working title, right? You might want to improve it, change it later, but it's something working. I'm not sure the word Confucianism infused CSR will be the word. I'm not sure, but which means the CSR is infused with Confucianism. Maybe you can go through that.
Yeah, I think it's really very difficult because it's titles.
The title, yes.
It's not just among those words that matter. So I really find it's difficult.
You can always ask Chat GPT, ask come up with
But I think
give
some,
me 5 different titles that is
Yeah,
connected to Confucianism.
I tried that, but I think it's
I tried
sometimes it's stupid.
Yeah.
You don't think it doesn't look like this is a name or something.
Yes.
I don't think so. It's
Yeah.
not professional or.
We will revisit this and then we'll see how the title evolves. Okay, so the title should be something that reflects your research question and your research. But I tell you all not to be fixated with the title that much, right? Not to be committed to the title, right? This is not your life partner, right? So you can change this title. And by the way, the examiners will have the final say on what your title is. So during the Viva, they can change the title. That's one of the decisions that will be made during the Viva itself, the title, right? So the chairperson will ask examiners, what do you think of the title? Should the title change? And every now and then they will change the title. So they will say it's too long or too short, whatever. So just be committed. So you might want to think about other working titles as well. Like the Confucianism and CSR, right? It can be another one there, right?
Of course.
Right?
Yeah.
So not necessarily infused. Confucianism and CSR.
The target, the aim of my research, I want to build a new framework. Yeah.
Yes.
With Confucianism inside
Yes.
CSR,
Yes.
traditional CSR.
Yes.
So that's my target. So I want to make it in the title. I don't know how.
As I suggested, one way is just to put Confucianism and CSR. Right?
Yeah.
Formulating a distinctive framework, Yeah, you could have the word
If
and.
the second part is okay, right?
The second part, it makes sense to me. Second part would make sense to me.
Yeah, that's easy and
Yes.
can't find some.
Yeah, and is an easy word to use. It could be, I can think of different titles like formulating an indigenous framework for the pharmaceutical industry in Santo.
Individual.
Indigenous meaning Chinese, Indigenous there can be local. Instead of distinctive, can be indigenous or local or Chinese, but distinctive would be fine as well.
But I think Confucianism is just means Chinese.
Yeah. So distinctive is fine too.
Distinctive.
Distinctive is fine too. Yeah. So So okay. Well, let's move on to the next one. Few things I'd like you to explore, and some of things you want to go deeper. Yeah. So this is your table contents. That's good. You have a table contents. You have clarity there. So background of study. Now, one of the discourses that is entering this space of social responsibility, is ESG, right? ESG. So ESG stands for environment, social, and governance. But the ESG is, I think I talked about it or discussed it last time, mentioned about it last time. ESG is from the investor's point of view, right? Investor. CSR is very much from the company, from the organization point of view. So ESG is used to evaluate whether they should invest in the company or not. So there's an ESG indicator and all that. So you want to put that in your literature review, have a discussion on ESG as well, right? Just to show that you understand, there is also another discourse, another emerging discourse or dominating discourse, because it's an investor's discourse. So the investor can really influence the world, right? But if you follow the development of ESG, maybe you heard of this company, Blackstone is one of the biggest company that controls a lot of companies in the world.
Yeah. I really get confused about this too at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Because now more and more ESG report or
Yes.
these things even in China.
Yes.
When I search for the information, I found ESG.
Yes.
Instead of CSR.
Yeah. Instead of CSR, right? But our job is to show. Your job is to show that you understand there is another paradigm or perspective of looking at it, which is ESG, right? I and some of my colleagues are very concerned whether this is another platform that will come in and control the world. So, but Blackstone last time had pumped in like $500 billion, almost not billion, like trillion, $500 billion, which is about 500 billion USD into Singapore to change the direction of companies from brown to green through ESG. But suddenly, the last, I think 1 or 2 months ago, right, they pulled out from ESG. So there's a big earthquake happening in the ESG world. So it's interesting how one company or two companies can really change the discourse and all that, right? But your job is to show that you understand that is. To show you understand, and you still choose CSR, right?
Yeah, I still choose CSR because I think it's tradition. It's just like the root.
Yes, right.
ESG is another form.
Yes.
Yeah, you use it from the investor. This their view.
Yes.
You want to control or evaluate the company's performance.
Whether to invest or not.
To judge the performance of the companies.
That's
I
right.
think that's two things.
Yes.
So my thinking is avoid to talk about. But I think no.
No,
Others will still ask this question. Why?
Yeah. Don't avoid because it's too strong to avoid. It's too strong to avoid.
So where should I put it? ESG, I think.
In a literature review, it's sort of part
literature.
of a literature review to show that you understand about ESG.
Yeah.
What is it? Even remember Dr. Wong Teck An, right? The one that I think was assessor to some of his my student in ITI College. So he is shifting. His PhD is on CSR, right? So he's shifting towards ESG because there's a lot of the market is ESG, right? But then the market can also change. It just the big giant like Blackstone wants to change it, they might change it.
Yeah.
But so we as academics, as scholars, we need to have certain core principles or beliefs or whatever.
Even for publications,
Yeah.
CSR is more popular.
Yeah.
No. ESG is more popular. CSR difficult.
So ESG is coming over to take CSR supposedly.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether this is going to happen or not. But I think ESG is from the G in ESG stands for governance, by the way. So they want to look at the governance of the company, right? So it's a way to control the company, right? Because governance of the company, right? It's like government, but governance. How the company is run. They want to see. So I think we need to be careful with this. All these capitalists and especially Western capitalists, they come in and they want to colonize us again. All right. So that's one. The other one is you use the ISO 26000, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So ISO 26000 is a very good framework, by the way. I'm for ISO 26000, right? There's only one thing about ISO 26000. It is not CSR. It is a social responsibility. So you see the standard. It is the standard for social responsibility. It's not CSR per se, but it can be applied to CSR.
Oh.
right? It's called something social responsibility.
It's just social responsibility, not corporate social responsibility.
Not corporate social
Yeah, but we
responsibility.
can, as companies, we can follow.
We can follow it,
Yeah.
that's right, yeah. Now, the other thing about ISO 26000, right? I so happen that I'm part of this ISO 26000 because they engage, I don't know, hundred of countries. And each country will have their own stakeholders. So I'm part of the stakeholders of this ISO 26000 when Malaysia was participating and developing, giving input to the 26000. I was part of it. It is one standard, right? One standard that cannot be enforced. So if you look at the document that ISO 26000, it's one of the standards that says, there'll be a line underneath there that says, I forgot the actual statement, but it says it's an enforceable standard, right? Unlike 14,000 and 1401, all those environment standards, there are many standards. ISO is a British standard, but it becomes international, by the way. So they can be enforced. But ISO 20000 cannot be enforced. You know why? Because of the companies are against it. The companies are against ISO 26000 because it's so good. They're afraid of it. They said, if you, like you said, there's labor practices. You can see it. Can you see it? That?
Yeah.
The labor practices environment is a very powerful standard. I remember I was sitting there, even Malaysian Petronas, you know, the oil company, right? Did not want to be part of it, right? Did not agree to certain statements to ISO 26000. And the Malaysian government was also critical about certain parts of the standards. What part? One is complicity. Complicity has to do with, okay, it's like this. If Jane is my neighbor, right? Okay, I'm me, right? I don't torture my children, my son, right? So I'm a CSR company, right? I don't torture my son. I take care of my son. I take care of my plants, environment, and all that. Fine. But Jane is my neighbor. I can hear that Jane's daughter or son get beaten up by Jane every weekend or so, right? So I, as a neighbor or neighboring company, right, if I do not report what I hear, I'm complicit to the crime. So if you see a wrongdoing, you must report that wrongdoing.
Oh, that's strict.
See what I mean? So if Petronas or some company go into Africa, Latin America, or any of the countries, right, and they see government committing some crime, exploiting or punishing or shooting down some people, right, and they do not report, they are complicit. So they need to report. So companies, they do not want to interfere with local politics, right? So if they go invest in other countries, they do not want to say, you know, you have something wrong here, you're exploiting people, you're kidnapping people, suddenly some politician disappear the next day, you know. There's a corruption case and suddenly that person disappear the next day, right? So that happens. The companies do not want to be involved. So complicity is one of the dimensions of ISO 26000. Right? So ISO 26000 has a consumer group, labor group. You know, it's not from the capitalists that developed this. It's from the United Nations, labor, a lot of NGOs coming in. So that's one. The other one is the other of universal values. So universal values, the Malaysian government is concerned. Malaysian government doesn't agree to the idea of universal values, right? So because they are concerned, we are concerned, whatever, that these universal values will be dominated by the Western values, including the rights of LGBTQRS, whatever, right? You know, so they do not recognize that kind of universal values. So so when I sat in the board, I was in the board. So there were people from the Attorney General chamber, AG chamber of people coming in, they said they will advise the government not to be a signatory, you got to sign, right, signatory of the standard because of certain statement, right? I'm not sure China is part of this too, so at the end they come up with some statements that are general enough but not enforceable. So, but take note of that, right? Because ISO 26000 is a very good framework, by the way. It's very comprehensive. It's more powerful than GRI. It's more powerful than a lot of other standards out there. Right? Stronger than UN Global Compact. But this is what happened. Some companies can take the standards and make it their standards. So it's enforceable in the company. But if I'm an auditor or I'm a consultant, right, I cannot say you are ISO 26000 certified. You cannot say that. Whereas GRI, right, Global Reporting Initiative, you can say you are this company is GRI compliant or whatever, right? But for ISO 26000, you cannot comply.
So maybe
But you put it in, it's good, right? But it's a very, it's partly United Nations is part of this too, right? It's if you can see I think there's some standards from United Nations too, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. So they see that there's consumer issues, there's the labor, this is a lot of very strong people type standards that come in, right? People groups. So anyways, this is one particular standard. But interesting companies are really afraid of this.
I think maybe only you know about this, underline this. Others will. Yeah. Because you see from the internet, they don't say anything like
They
this.
don't, right? Yeah. I was surprised. I can even tell you other the story behind this also. There's one consumer group in Malaysia, consumer rights, right? Very vocal. They were very for this, right? They're supporting it.
Yeah.
On the day of vote, the person fled. So I said, what happened? He's a respectable leader in consumer rights and all that. On the day of voting, he changed his votes. As if like somebody bought him over or corrupted him or something. I said, God, what happened? You've been on this side fighting for the standards, and then on the day he just flipped. And it's a completely different language. We have analyzed this, so this is not supporting the consumers, Oh, yeah. I was angry, by the way, that day. Because it's like somebody paid him and to say something else. That is. So I suspect there's some capitalists or some groups behind trying to manipulate the ISO 26000, by the way. But I do think it's a good standard. Okay, so you understand that. Now let's go.
It's published in 2010, but even now haven't been renewed or published.
This one,
The
26,000.
Yeah, 2010.
Yeah, a while ago.
That year, right?
Yeah, ago, yeah.
So many years ago.
Yes.
Until now, we don't have any new standard.
Yeah. I have done published an article, this one, right? Comparing between 26,000 and GRI, if I'm not mistaken. You can search the article, you can see the article. I actually co-authored it with my first student, who is from China, from Tianjin. So she was doing CSR last time, right? And then she was or rather my first student who graduated, if not mistaken. The fastest student. Yeah, a bit too fast. He would chase me every week. Couple of times. Tiaona, name is Tiaona. So Tiaona, I cannot see you 3 times a week, Tiaona. So I cannot do this. Very hardworking, yeah. And you come to me with 3 proposals, 3 research proposals. I said, Tiana, you decide which proposal you want to present, you present that one. Don't give me 3 research proposals and then let me choose which one. You choose which one, you decide, and I will evaluate. It's it'll be very hardworking working. Anyways, so that's background. I want to connect your problem statement, the next one, problem statement, to
Also, background, I introduced from 3 aspects of this, okay?
the one, you have read all this, but then I just want to add the point about ESG and for you to know about isotopes. Oh yeah, see, the background
Yeah.
would also lead to your problem statement, right? So your problem statement will problematize the idea of Confucianism and all that. Right? Your background will also talk about CSR. So somewhere in your CSR, the CSR is born in the West, right?
Yeah.
Which is a good point. Now, another discourse that you want to bring in your background, eventually your literature review, and then eventually your problem statement, is the discourse of colonization, decolonization, right? Decolonization. So what is that about? This is something that I think I've somewhat explained a bit, but let's go deeper inside the idea. And this would justify why you use Confucianism as part of your analysis. Because CSR is born, quote unquote born, in the West, right? And it's the term itself comes from the West, right? And Kyla, you're connected to this too, right? Therefore, the philosophy, the conceptions, the constructs, the concepts are very much Western related concepts, right? Jane too, you're doing CSR too, right? Right? Okay. So, when you bring in Confucianism, right, you are saying this, that the idea of social responsibility has existed in China before the term existed. Before the term CSR existed, China has already have principles of social responsibility, as I said to you last time, right? So, and the concept of social responsibility is in the society, is in the government, is also in the businesses, it's in organizations. So, the idea of social responsibility. In fact, the whole communist revolution is about giving back power to the people, right? To be responsible to the people. Now I'm becoming like a communist member of the Communist Party. so I mean, I'm seriously, it's about giving back power to the people, right? So if you look at corporate social responsibility, it's about responsibility to the people and the environment, right? One of the things. So China has a long tradition of responsibility, right? And not just that, there's a lot of Chinese philosophy like what was it, Tao Te, right? Moral. There's also a Chinese philosophy. Those things has to do with social responsibility, right? So it's not just responsibility; it's also how you should be how should you behave responsibly, right? And bring it to the person itself, right? And this is connected to the first book of CSR, which is the first book of CSR did not talk about CSR. The book is called The Social Responsibility of the Businessman. It's the person, right? So it goes back to the person. So that is in the West, right? So if we look at Wong Teng Aung's thesis, and I advise you all to read this thesis as well, right? There's coffee here too, Hanif. But you want Tongkat Ali and all that is downstairs. If we look at the Wong Teng Aung's argument, he says that social responsibility or CSR has been rebranded or framed into corporate social responsibility, right? So it's associated more with the corporates, with big companies. So he was looking at small owners, the fishmongers, the person who sell vegetables, the person who sell, because he was studying the wet market, the fish market, the wet market in Jelutong, right? So he was looking Jelutong, right? Jelutong wet market, Chinese have the wet market too, right? Right? Yeah, you have the wet market where the butchers and the vegetables and the fish, whatever, it's smelly, it's noisy, right? It's busy, right? But it is a community. There's a community among the people. There's also a community between the person and the seller, and sometimes it is a generation. So then if the mother or the father who is also a butcher or vegetable, they pass down to the son or the daughter, and then it's like a community thing. So it is there's a whole tradition and the whole value system that governs the institution of trade and business, even in China, even a thousand of years ago in China. So bring it back to the idea of colonization and decolonization, right? So part of your work is to decolonize the idea, the paradigm, the practices of CSR, and to make it much more indigenized, to localize it, right? To localize it to the Chinese community, to the Chinese business, to the Chinese philosophy of CSR. Although the word CSR, you still use the word CSR, but you are decolonizing the word CSR. So your thesis, part of the problem statement, part of your effort of developing a distinctive framework of CSR in pharmaceutical is actually to develop a decolonized framework. It's a decolonized framework because it's Chinese framework, right? Colonized is what? In Chinese, how do you say colonized?
殖民
When another country come and colonize, 殖民.
Yeah, other countries just
Can colonize, okay. China was never colonized, right?
some part of it.
Some parts of it, yeah.
Short time.
Short time, yeah. Well, but nothing against any ethnic group, but if you consider the Mongolians, the Mongolians as well as the Manchurian, you consider Manchurian, but Manchurian, the Qingtao, Manchurian, is that colonization or not?
No.
No.
Because
They accept the culture.
Accept the culture. Okay, yeah. But if I'm not mistaken, our friend Jonathan Xiaosheng is a Manchurian. Oh, now you know. I already know. But that Manchurian is considered as one of the ethnic groups, the minority. Is it minority in China? 少数民族.
少数民族.
少数民族. Okay. So, but Mongolian is a colonizer. Yes, no? The Mongolians. Mongol. How do you call Mongolian in Chinese? Mongol, they are Mongol. Are they colonizers? No, yes.
Oh, we don't deal with.
No, I don't believe it's colonizer. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so Mongol also part of the 少数民族.
蒙古族.
Okay. Because I remember my teacher long time ago when I was primary school, he was talking about the Xiongnu,
匈奴
and then Mongol is one of the Xiongnu.
匈奴. Yes.
Is that such a
In Han Dynasty.
in Han Dynasty? Okay, right. Okay, so it's a social construction of who's outside, who's inside that. Right, yeah, I understand. Okay. Anyways, but this is history, right? It can be sensitive, but it's history. So going back to this one, so the other discourse that is important, by the way, to the whole idea of justifying Confucianism and the study of Confucianism in CSR is the decolonization discourse. It gives you a very strong argument why you're connecting Confucianism to CSR. Yeah, it's a strong way. So it is also a very powerful discourse, right? A powerful justification. All right. So,
Okay, and I have one more question. And as you say, just like I want to build a framework, but I choose a specific industry.
yeah.
Can that be on behalf of the whole China, the framework? I mean,
Are you talking about sampling now, or are you talking about?
I don't think the title, because I chose a very specific industry. I can name it as the decolonization framework. Decolonization framework.
Yeah, you could. So it's
It's not China. It's just an industry in
industry.
China.
Yes, it could. So
And in a province,
Yes.
it's very small, but I don't think that can be used in the whole China or
Whole China,
represent the whole.
okay, all right. This one has to do with methodology issues. We'll come to that one. We'll go to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a methodological point, which I do have some point there. So where is it? Your research question 4.2. Let's go to your research question or research. So you have more research question than you have research objective. So remember your research question and research objective should correspond. Yeah.
Equal.
Yeah.
Oh, both full.
Yeah. You have. Oh, you have 4 there too. Okay. Good. All right. Let's go to 4.2. So you use the word influence there. How do Confucian values influence CSR practices, right? So here you already have an assumption that the Confucian values influence CSR practices. So it may or it may not, I suspect it does, but or the values here, they may influence, they may not influence. But maybe another word to use, in what ways, right? In what ways do Confucius or Confucian values, in what ways do Confucius or Confucius values connected to CSR practices? So you find the connection instead of influence. So when you say influence, you're pointing to directionality of the two constructs, right? Because influence from Confucian influencing the CSR practice, whereas connection, you are not making the assumption that one is influencing the other. They might be connected, but you are not making the argument that
Something.
there's a connection. Yeah.
Similar or connected.
It's connected. Yeah. So it might be dialectical. It might be one way. It might be two ways. But you are not making the argument yet. Right? You're not making the argument yet. Right? Until you find the connection. Right? And there might be different ways of connecting. And you might find different practices connecting to Confucian values differently, right? So, and especially if you're using inductive or abductive, you're not making this assumption because you're in interpretivism and inductive, and you're not making that assumption, right? When you say influence, you are making the assumption there, right? So you want to use how or in what ways are they connected? Are Confucian values connected to CSR practices? So, all right. So that is rephrasing the research question, but also rephrasing the way you think about it. Okay. All right. By the way, you have the research onion thing going on there, right? Research onion.
Research.
No, research
Onion,
onion.
yeah, research onion.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, you go to research onion. So when you have anything like that, a visual that is coming from outside, make sure you give reference as well. You do not have reference, I think. Go down, further down. This is, by the way, good. You have all the capturing the. This is how literature review should also be done. You have the literature and you have the references and you kind of give a summary of them. Right. By the way, there's something called systematic literature review. There's another thing that you can all learn and apply and use.
And this part I add the ESG.
Oh, you have ESG then. Yeah.
But later.
Yeah.
I avoid it.
Avoid it. Don't avoid. This is like you come back to you. You avoid something important to come back to you. This part adopts the research onion thing. Okay. All right. There are two.
In my paper, I will make mine. I mean, according to my style.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right.
Now I didn't.
Oh, you haven't done that. Okay. So number one, you want to do reference. If you have something like that, this is coming from reference. I forgot who it is. Is it Creswell or is it Baby or something? Research onion. Reference.
Oh. So Sanders.
Yeah. So put under the figure 4.1 there. You put a reference bracket there. Research. Yeah.
Okay. So the reference under.
Yeah.
Chart.
Okay, so by the way, if you put something like this in, you do want to explain it, yeah. But it's, by the way, the research onion is not a complete explanation because it doesn't have introduction. By the way, introduction is not included. You can see that, right?
The introduction is a little bit smart.
Yeah.
So that.
I'm not sure. Is there an introduction?
No introduction.
No.
No, right now, yeah, there's no introduction there.
Just the.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can read it, but I kind of remember it doesn't have introduction. But you can use it as a, do not make this as a central part of your research methodology. Just make it a reference, a discussion, not a central part of your research. Otherwise, you will have to describe it and follow the prescription of this one. Just make it a reference, a discussion in your methodology, not a center part.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will follow the steps. Just.
Okay. All right.
I'm each layer.
Yeah. Where I want to say now. Let's go to the next one. You use the word methodological choice. I'm not sure you have that. Yeah. Qualitative research. So instead of choice, just say methodology or methods or something instead of choice, right? Qualitative research design and focusing on understanding, right? Yeah, just say methodology or methods. Now we go to the part that is crucial, which is your methodology. You have to do with sampling. You were talking about representativeness now. Now, somewhere there, I think you talk about observation. Where are there? You have observation there. Okay. Remember our discussion in our group supervision when I talk about observation. There needs to be something systematic.
Yeah, maybe deleted. Avoid.
Yeah. So if you have that, you want to, it's participant or non-participant observation.
Yeah.
And then how are you conducting the observation? Is it based on events, based on certain days, and why you choose on certain days to make the observation? If you observe the meetings of one company, you should also observe the meetings of the other company. So you do want that instead of.
I don't want to do that.
You want to do that? Okay, you omit that then. Okay.
Okay. So tired.
Okay. Alright, so we don't have to discuss that. So now, the unit of analysis, let's go down a bit. You talk about the, right, there. Key criteria for selection. Choose participants who can provide in-depth insights related to integration of, okay, who are these participants?
Choose. For example, the manager of the CSI department or human resources management department or the staffs. I mean, that's in the companies and some government workers or associations workers and some academic professors for different aspects
Okay.
and people among that. I have to specify clear the participants, the people,
Yeah, so, alright, my question is this. You're doing this in-depth interview, right?
Yeah.
It's an interview, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
interview, right? To identify and examine the CSR practices or to understand Confucian principles?
you mean
Yeah.
they should know about which field, right?
Okay.
You mean which field they should know about?
Yeah,
That's on the-
what are you asking them? What do you want to get from them?
I want to have a conceptual framework at first, with the Confucianism inside the CSR, and I maybe built it at the beginning and show them and ask for their suggestions to improve the framework. As for the suggestions, I think maybe some questions around not only the framework, but also about their practical implementation of the CSR and both Confucianism inside their company governments.
Alright, okay. So it sounds like you have a two-part process, or maybe three-part process. So first you want to develop the framework,
Yeah.
right? Okay. So to develop the framework, you want to have experts and certain stakeholders that come in who know about Confucianism, right? And see how and CSR and see how see how a possible framework of Confucian-based or Confucian-based CSR framework look like a model, right? So you have that is one stage, right? And then you want to test this model. No, yeah.
Not test. I think test is a little bit difficult because test you have to wait for a long time to see the performance of the company after using this. That's so difficult, I think. Maybe just build it.
Just build
The
it.
final framework I will get. And I think maybe
Or the final framework. Or
because
the framework comes early or the framework comes at the end?
maybe I can build a framework at the beginning. I can build a framework at the beginning, and then I will show these people about the framework according to their practical behavior or other things. They will evaluate the framework and give me some suggestions or something. I can
And then
improve it and a final one.
and then you have the final one. Your PhD is done. Is that joke aside, but is that what you want?
I have already, I built a framework and with professionals' guidance and the suggestions. Yeah, here. Because I think test is really, you need long time and more difficult. And you know, you have to, that's a new research, I think, the test part.
Okay, okay.
It's a quantitative research, another.
You're doing qualitative.
Yeah, I am qualitative. So with this, I think it's a explanatory research and to build a framework.
Okay, okay. I just want to know what you want to do, what your train of thought is, so that you can design a research that is answering the research question. So here we have an objective where you want to have a CSR that's based on Confucianism, right? In the pharmaceutical industry, right? So, all right.
So why I choose Shandong province to make it smaller, the sampling.
Simply.
Or in China, so big, how can you choose the sample? So difficult. So I choose a province, and
Right,
Shandong is a birthplace of
Yes,
the
of
Confucianism.
Confucianism. All
Yeah,
right.
people or companies may know much about it, Confucianism.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Here we got to work on this a bit more. We probably need we need the whiteboard. We need the flip chart. Yeah. After Chi Min's presentation. Right? After Chi Min's presentation, I'll do the signing and all that.
Okay.
Okay. Let's. Do I go there? Or I can't bring the whiteboard here, or
Can bring here also.
yeah, maybe better here. Yeah, so that we don't have to move the camera. Yeah, right. You gotta understand that. Thank you, Paruli. Very Paruli is strong. Paruli like a 17 years old guy. Thank you, Dave. This is good. Good. Do we run out of paper now? This looks like my pen, or it's not my pen. And my writing or not?
No, this one.
No, that's practices. Okay. I think we had this discussion last time as well, but let's just revisit our thoughts. Right? Are we okay with the?
Okay.
Okay.
Camera is okay.
Right. Mutali is in the taklid Shiite guy.
Morning.
Okay. Can sit here, Mutali, if you want to. Right? Sorry. Okay, no, right. Okay. Just.
我吃了半天，我受不了。
Yeah.
Now you wear. Why you don't wear yesterday?
Yeah, okay.
Leadership in Malaysia.
Yes.
He's happy to be permile.
It's a perantau now.
Perantau.
A long time ago, I had a conference combining migration, which is Western concept, perantau, which is a Nusantara concept, and hijrah, which is a prophetic era
So
concept.
I am united.
You're united. You're muhajirin.
I am Muhajir.
Muhajar. Muhajar is one person.
Yeah.
Muhajirin,
Muhajirin, yeah.
a lot of people.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Bawa kartu Pak. Sertifikat bro. Boleh saya foto?
Okay. Let's make this work, Chimin. I'm thinking if I tell you what I think, if I were to design it and you tell me whether it fits with your what you want as well, right? So that we will skip the process of having long discussions. Remember we had this discussion and we say we take Confucianism, we take the core values of Confucianism, right? let's say there's 7 or 10 or whatever core values of Confucianism. You say there's 10 core values of, so value 1, value 2, value 3, value 4, value 5, value 6, or something like that, right? So this is the values of Confucianism, right? So value 1 can be about leadership, how should you be a good leader. It could be about leadership. This one is about about society and
Conservative.
huh? What's that?
Conservative.
No, society is good.
Yeah.
And this is also about society, something about family here, something about country.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Confucian talk about country. Confucian talk about country? Maybe, maybe not. It's okay.
Yeah, but most to teach people
To teach
to
people,
behave good.
Something about business, about trading, maybe not. Maybe right.
Training, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Education.
Education, so you have like 10 values or something. You should just, but you got to identify the 10 values. So, come, Reggie. That, there's one more seat there. One more seat there.
So
Then you can have the table there. You can want some time. Right. I know you want to have a laptop there. Right. Okay, so you have all this, right? You can even group them, right? You always say this is connected, or this is family, or this is connected, or business is connected to leadership, right? But you can, group them, and so you have 4 groups of values, and these 4 groups of values have 12 values in it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you will use this to making it simple, not too hard. This will be your sensitizing concepts. Simple. So you're doing qualitative, right? Now we will decide whether it's inductive or abductive. It's 2 different things, right? If you do the way you say, if you develop a model, you go inside, then become not inductive, not abductive, become deductive, because you have a model, you go in, which is what Hanif is doing, right? Now you have sensitizing concepts. Sensitizing concepts, you go in, you ask, what's your thoughts about your business process? Now you go this one, you develop this one, right? You develop it. You can develop it from the literature. You can develop it from asking experts. It does not matter. It doesn't matter, right? Because this is not the part of your research methodology that has to do with the inductive or deductive, whatever. You're just coming up with sensitizing concepts, right? But the sensitizing concepts must be relevant to Confucianism, right? Okay, so here is where you use, if this is how I would design it, right? You can rethink about it. You use to check, you use it to look at the CSR practices. You can look at CSR practices. You ask the social actors is actually the important one, right? What do you think and how are you practicing the leadership based on this Confucian perspective of leadership, right? So like yesterday, Ye Feng has like 5 different things from the policy, right? Talk about leisure time and all that, right? So Ye Feng will use it as a sensitizing concept, just to ask the parents, what do you think about this? What do you do about this, right? And what do you think about what you do, right? So that will be the line of questioning she does. What do you think about this? What do you do about this? What do you think about what you do, right? So your thoughts, your actions, and the interpretation of the actions, right? So you're leaning towards abductive right now. So that's what you do, right? That's your research there. So you get that one. So you have you go to the companies, right? You go to companies, you select a group of people that's your company that you who should understand CSR, right? And ask them about their CSR practices based on the sensitizing concepts coming from Confucius values, right? Now, the question is the sampling right now. The sampling. Who's the sampling, right? Now, the sampling can come from, usually when you look at companies and internal company, not outside company, internal company, can look at the top management, less owners, right? So if you look at a company, the top management meaning CEO, vice president, right? And Jack Ma, right? Somebody who I do not know what happened to him because and this is the top management. These are the real people who are, you can call them the capitalists, you can call them whatever you call them, depending on whether it's a corporate or the person who's selfish, right? The person who's selfish, they are here, they are also the middle management, and also the workers. Right. So, usually the good group to target for CSR is the middle management, because they understand CSR, right? And they also are in charge of CSR activities. Usually they design the CSR activities. Usually they run the CSR activities, and they know what CSR is, right? Some of these folks do not know what CSR is. The workers do not know what CSR. They know go and help the orphans, go and help the poor, go and help some person with disabilities, and that's what they CSR, right? Ask the people on the top. Sometimes they also do not know what CSR is. Interestingly, they think they know what CSR is. Usually they do not understand. Not all, but they do not know what CSR is. And it's hard to get access to these people. They don't want to see you. They're not interested in you. You say, go to hell. I'm not interested in you. Yesterday, the head of the newspaper, including the TV3, the Malaysian TV channels boss, right? Including the minister, right, wanted to have an appointment with Google and Facebook. They never responded. They said, to hell with you. What, Malaysia, to hell with you, go ahead. I'm not okay. I can function with that. They might Google get out of China, right?
Yeah.
Right? So, what's a Tama, Xiaoma? Well, who cares about you, right? If I can ignore China, I can ignore any other countries, right? Right? Seriously, who's was Malaysia? Now, you start bombing Google and then they care, You start a revolution against Google and then they care, right? And you start a revolution, let's go and attack Google and then they care, then they're concerned. Then they will come and talk to you. Right? So we should start a revolution to attack Google. Recorded.
Oh yeah, bro.
Okay. So, you get me, Chime?
Yeah.
So you ask me how I would design it. This is how I would design it. So I identify the core values of Confucianism, right?
Yeah.
It can be 10, it can be 20, right? You do not want to be 100. It'd be hard for you to ask questions about 100. So you want to size it up, scope it, scale it, so that you can group it together. It can be 4 groups of values, 5 groups of values, and then you use each of these as a sensitizing concept, right? But remember, they are sensitizing concepts. They are not the limits to the construct of the social actors, right? If you're using abductive research, so this is abductive research. It's no longer inductive. So abductive research is what Ye Feng is doing, right? Where let them interpret their style of Confucianism or the non-style of Confucianism. They might say it's relevant, it's not relevant, let it be. So at the end here, they will have different practices, right? They'll have practice number 1, practice number 2, practice number 3, practice number 1 plus the practice number 2 combined, whatever related to this, maybe, right? Or they say, there is no practice, it's not connected, you know? This is not, we cannot do this. We are a small company, you know, we cannot take care of the environment, or whatever, right? What is important for us, we got to make money first, the first 3 years. Once we have money, we can help the poor. Something like that, right? Right? Oh, by the way, we're talking about respecting the parents. No. We are a professional company. It's not about kinships. It's not about relationship. We are professional. You are the mother, the father, grandfather. The respect is based on meritocracy. It's not based on relationship. They might say that, right? I don't think they say that, but I think they might say that too, right? This is what professional. There's no nepotism, cronism. You know, that's relationship is nepotism, cronyism, right? And so, you know, they might say that, they might not, and because Confucianism emphasizes on relationship, right? And hierarchy of a relationship. Am I right?
Yes.
Right? What is it? The son respects the father respects.
Patriarchy.
What was it? The son respects the son, right? The son to the father to.
Yeah, he asked you about Confucianism. This is still the Confucianism. Respect the elders.
那怎么说？就是
The son to the father to the head of.
No, not to the father，就是什么父为子，什么什么，就是君为臣，君和臣，the king，the
the king.
yeah.
The king and the subject.
Yeah.
Okay.
This brought to the like a standards of the relationship between the father and son, the
Yes.
emperor and the
Process. Paternalism again.
Patriarchy. Kind of patriarchy.
Kind of that.
Maybe,
So,
of course, the wife to husband or
Yeah.
worker, yeah, patriarchy.
yes.
Yeah.
That's why we cannot have gays.
Yeah.
The husband and husband doesn't work. Who respect who? Wife and wife, you know, it's complicated, you know, you cannot do that.
it's kind of
You cannot
yin
work.
and yang.
You cannot make yin, you don't understand.
They fight each other.
There's no connection.
So we can accept that we are very orderly, you know, yin, yang, you know, and we have G in the cube, R, S, T, you know, what's that? You cannot comprehend that. Simin, is this okay for you? You think about it, yeah. So,
I think it's more clear.
yes, it's so if you think about this is my input for you. So the unit of analysis right now, you are using, if you can do case study, right?
Yeah.
The case study is confined. So the mid management can be like 3, 4, 5% in a company, 3, 4, 5% in a company, 3, 4, 5%. So you can do that kind of comparative analysis, or you can just zoom in as the mid managers of the pharmaceutical company, right?
So is that abductive or
They'll be abductive.
abductive?
They'll be abductive.
Oh.
Right?
So I don't need to build a framework at first. I just
You don't have to.
identify the core values
Yes,
and
yes,
design some questions
that's right.
related to their behaviors, their practical
Yes,
things,
yes.
and ask for some questions
Yes.
and find the connections
Yes.
and build the final framework.
Yes, and eventually you have something at the end. Yeah. From this one, you have different types of practices that's connected to that or not connected to that,
Yeah.
right? So you have certain practices connected to Confucianism, some are not.
Yeah.
Hopefully a lot are connected, right? And then you might have go to the higher order of analysis, which are typologies. Typology of confusion based CSR. There might be one typology, two typologies, three typologies of confusion based CSR in the pharmaceutical company, in the pharmaceutical industry, in Santo.
Yeah, so something, I just choose, you mean I just choose mid management in the different companies?
Yes, that
But
would be
what about the academia?
No, you don't have to. Then we
I
can,
don't have to.
You don't have to. No, you don't have to.
Just companies.
Just companies. Why do I say that? Because if you have academia, then the validity of CSR practices become different. Because you are looking at the constructs of the. So your title will be the mid-management perspective. You mean? So this is the scope of it, right? Now, if you want to include the rest, right, then you got to justify why you choose the rest. The purpose is something what the rest. Why do you have the academy?
Explain why.
You have to explain why, and it becomes.
But what about the government or associations?
You don't have to. You don't have to.
Just practical.
Just the practical. Just the so that your title will. So this is what I say. If I design it, your title will be about the mid-management perspective or confusion CSR, confusion-based CSR, right? And you might have typologies at the end there. There might be one typology, two typology, three typologies of confusion-based CSR.
So maybe 5 companies.
5 companies.
4.
So remember, my prescription for you is to have for 40 interviews.
40.
40 interviews, right? Right. So the range should be between 30 to 40. So aim for 40, right? Yeah. You might not get 40, but should not go lower than 30. The reason being, you want to have the thick findings,
Yeah,
right?
extensive research.
Yeah. Right. So you think about it. If you have 40, there should be, if a company you can get 3 or 4 or 5. 5 is a lot, by the way, in a company. 3 is possible. Sometimes you can get 2. So you want to get more than one company, definitely.
So the company's choice depend on the scale,
That's right. Yeah.
some.
And by the way, CSR is not just the human resource. The marketing has CSR, the procurement, the purchasing has CSR too, right? In fact, CSR is everywhere. You can use that one, yeah.
Who's close?
It's mine. You can use it. You can use it.
Thank you.
I put it there so that we can use it. Yeah.
So I have one more question. Is that case study or should I use ethnography? I'm still confused about this too because case study, I think my focus is not on different companies. I just on their practical things with the confusion event.
Yes.
Yeah, not pay attention to the different cases of the companies. I mean.
So now we talk about selection of companies, right?
Yeah.
Selection of companies.
Yeah, I don't pay much attention to what your company's CSRs like, or that's not my focus, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're just taking pharmaceutical companies, right? Right. So
Yeah.
here is a chicken and egg, but you got to choose the chicken. Eventually, you got to think about access to data. Right?
Yeah.
You can design your research, but you got to think about access to data. What data can you access? What data who can you approach and get interviews from? Right?
Yeah.
So, in the proposal and all that, you can talk about dividing it into different types of companies, like small, medium-sized companies, SMEs, and then you can talk about the corporates, right? You can talk about that, and then you can talk about it will be two types of companies, and then you can talk about the corporates will be one is international, the other one is local MNCs, international MNCs, right?
Or anyone that is famous for its Confucianism behaviors.
Yes, but pharmaceutical, right?
Yeah,
Pharmaceutical.
among this industry.
So, but you got to have a selection of companies, right? So you got to justify why you choose these companies.
Yeah.
Right?
But actually,
But when you go in an interview, they might give you the interview, might not give you the interview, right? So that's why we have the numbers of 40 people there. And then you got to reconstruct your methodology, methodological justification. You might end up with 3 here, 2 there, 1 there, whatever, right? And you still need to justify it. So you can start with that kind of justification. You're going to have, 3 small, medium-sized company, 1 international, 1 local MNCs, 1 national MNCs.
not equal. That doesn't matter.
Not equal, but then methodologically you got to justify it at the end. Once you get, you say, why are you looking at this? Why are you looking at that? You can always. So sometimes it's about justification, So example, why do you have only 1 local, 1 international? You have 3 here, right? You can because the local MNC is big, the international MNC is also big, right? But they're small because they're small. So I need more, right? You can talk about that.
I should find some reasons.
You got to justify a reason, yeah. Just like why you choose Santo, you got to give that justification, right? So it's always about justification, but remember, whatever outcome you have is still findings, right? It's still findings. So at the end of your findings, you can always talk about the limitation of your findings. So you're not overgeneralizing. You say it is based on a province called Santong, and Santong has certain limitation because of the population is like this, it's cold, it's not hot, whatever reason, or the composition has 50% 100, and then
whatever,
or the gender is like this. So you got to just come up with good reasoning of why you choose that place, right? But then Santong is where the birthplace of Confucius, right? So you can. That's a good justification. Definitely a good justification. And then there won't be a problem, I think. Okay with this? Right?
So not ethnography.
It's not ethnography. Ethnography is when you go and sleep, quote unquote sleep.
So the
You
case
submerge yourself in the.
Yeah.
You're not submerging yourself in there.
Get involved in their life, right?
You just go and doing the interview.
So case study, what's the case? The companies I choose
The
are
company
the
is
multi
case.
cases.
Yes,
Okay.
will be the case.
In
There will be in-depth interviews. If you want to use more technical word, it'll be phenomenology, of course. Right. You want to use a much more specific, methodology, it'll be phenomenology. You do not want to use something very specific. You do what Ye Feng is doing, which is just abductive research strategy with in-depth case study and in-depth interviews.
Okay.
Case studies and in-depth interviews. The case study is a company, in-depth interviews with the manager. So throw away the document analysis. Let's go with this one. But you can say this from the document you can use the document analysis from the companies to generate sensitizing concepts. You can say that.
Yeah.
So you can say.
So at the first beginning,
At the beginning,
I can use document analysis.
And then the companies will have certain practices. They report, right? You can use that as a basis.
The second part just practical. The third part I can refer to some documents or references.
So your research questions will look similar to what Ye Feng's research question did. Similar because it has to do with their practices and how they give meanings to their practices. But you're asking whether there's connection with Confucianism. Right? So similar to what she is doing.
Yeah, so I have to change it to abductive.
Abductive, yeah. Yeah, not inductive.
Yeah, and final to build a framework, that's enough, right?
Yeah.
I don't have to go further.
No, yeah. And the framework or the models or the typologies can be multiple, not just one.
Multiple,
It
yeah.
could be multiple because you have the companies, right? They have different types of models of Confucian-based CSR. Right? They might have different interpretation, and this is abductive, right? Different people have different views. Might have, might not have, I don't know.
Yeah.
Right? They might have. But they'll have different interpretations, right? Certainly they have different interpretations. Right? They'll say, well, Confucius said that, but that's not what he meant. I interpret Confucian values as being like that instead of this. They might say that, right? But it's okay, that's their interpretation of
But
Confucian.
don't I need to make a conclusion to make it?
You can at the discussion, discussion, you analyze the,
Yeah.
yeah.
Final one framework, maybe.
If you're looking for one model of Confucian CSR model, you might have problem if you're using abductive research. Because abductive research usually will end up with multiple perspectives of whatever you're studying. Because people have multiple perspectives, right? So you can say model 1 is like this, model 2 is like this, model 3 is like that. Or typology 1 is like this, typology 2 is like this.
So how many models?
Depending on what they say, and depending on how you group them, right? Depending on how you bring them together, integrate them into a model, right? I mean, so there's one model. You can say, well, there's models, SME model. The other one is this model. The other one is this model. Or you can say one model is environmental model of Confucian CSR. The other one is community model of Confucian CSR, which would be very, very good, though.
From different perspectives.
Different perspective. Depending on how you want to group the perspectives, and you still have control at the end, right? You still have control of how you want to shape the model, integrate the model. But you cannot run away from what they say, that's all. Right? Which makes it, makes it richer, but also more diverse. Usually, unless they all have one particular thinking, then you have one model, right? Right?
Yeah.
So it's actually a good thing. It's not a bad thing to have more than one.
Yeah, you're right. Because if you just have one, somebody will have different opinions.
That's right. Yeah.
But now you can choose which one
You
you
can
like.
choose which one, and you can say, well, you can call it phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. You can call, Confucian CSR phase 1. This one is Confucian CSR phase 2 because this is early stage of Confucian value inculcation. This is another stage. So depending on how the people talk about it, this is where you use your own creativity. That is the analysis part of it. Right? So it could be model, it could be practices. Anyway, okay, thank you, Jay. Let's go share. This is my chair.
Is there tea here?
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the chair.
On the box.
There's hot water there. Oh, nice. Tandis, you go next, yeah, Tandis. Oh, should Tandis or Sister Tandis, are you there, Sister Tandis? Oh, you're ready. Okay, Sister Tandis, ready. Brother Muhammad, who do you want to go first? Brother Muhammad or Sister Tandis first?
Okay.
Actually, a question there.
Husband first.
Huh?
The husband first.
Husband first, yeah.
Husband first. Only husband. Husband and wife.
Yeah. Well, who wants to present first?
Yes, Professor. I will first.
You present first. Okay, all right.
Democracy, democracy.
Yeah. Ladies first. Ladies first. Yeah.
Only that's
That's not coffee, that's
Can I
creamer.
creamer.
Yeah, that's creamer.
You have sugar.
Huh?
Sugar.
I don't have sugar. I don't have sugar.
Can I get
But you can use
now?
creamer.
Hanif, are you ready to?
Yeah, ready.
Oh, 10 days, you do not have to present a long one because I have feedback that I want to give you based on your thesis, right? Based on your write-up, but so you can have a short presentation.
History presentation. A very short and summary presentation.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, whoever wants to start first.
Can share your slides at WebEx.
Okay.
Yeah, share the slides.
I do now.
Little bit. Yeah, already increased. Yeah.
All right. Oh. Presenting.
Loving couple.
Huh?
Loving couple.
Definitely loving couple. Yeah.
Both of them are your students.
Study together.
Yeah.
Be careful, both of them are
Yeah.
your students.
Yeah.
This is the oldest student. Oldest, right?
Yeah. What's that?
Oldest,
I don't know who's older.
oldest student. I mean, ancient.
Oh, yeah, more senior student.
Yeah,
Senior
senior.
student, yeah. More senior.
For me, I don't know that.
Yeah. Senior student. Okay, can present it? No?
They are going to share the screen.
Okay.
Also senior. Also senior.
Raji is also senior. Yeah.
Raji.
Raji is also senior. You're right.
So you are not 大师兄. You are not. We call
No,
you
no,
大师
no.
兄.
What?
Raji is the-
So Raji is senior. Yeah, Raji is senior.
We went to the monkey temple yesterday.
Oh.
Monkey snake temple.
No, monkey.
Monkey King.
孙悟空.
Shungkong. Oh, it's a temple.
Yeah.
It's a temple.
Oh.
It's a temple.
I didn't know
In
that.
Georgetown.
Georgetown. Oh.
What temple is the name?
Monkey temple.
Monkey
Shungkong.
I don't know.
Monkey temple, you know the.
United to the West.
Have 52 changes. It's very fantastic.
Everyone knows it. Okay.
Georgetown, if you see this floating village. Floating village for Chinese.
Like a pillar.
More people. And that's
Okay. Start.
Okay. Bismillah, go.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My thesis is Iranian Shia identity transformation in Malaysia as a Catholic dominant society. A brief introduction, background of the study. Identity is one of the most discussed concepts in recent years, and it is a complex issue. Individuals who come from other societies or countries have different national identities. The Philippines has been the locus of cultural, religious, economic, and population exchange for a few hundred years. Many Iranians have immigrated to the Philippines since the second half of the 20th century. This study aims to understand the process of Iranian identity transformation in Manila as a Catholic city. Problem statement. In the current
Can you move
globalization world,
Tanis, can you move the slide? The slide is not moving.
yes. Okay.
Yeah, you were in slide number 1 just now. All right, there you go.
Okay.
Can I continue, Professor?
You can, yes. Can you
Okay.
click, who's controlling, Annette? You're controlling?
They
Or?
are controlling.
Can you click the play the slide so that it becomes big? You can, yes. It's one,
down.
That's okay.
okay, all right, okay. There's just,
You see it?
there's
In the current
a screen there so that you know the bottom of the slide, at the bottom of the slide on the right hand, bottom of the slide, you go to bottom of the slide.
Professor, it's about internet. It's delay to show you.
Oh, okay.
ID.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
ID.
Yeah, stick to this. Okay, continue.
We are already sent it to Brother Raji also or PowerPoint.
Raji? No, it's not Raji, it's Hanif now. Hanif is taking over.
Retired.
Oh, I don't know. Okay,
You take over the work of Roger. You take over the work
But I haven't
of
received the
Roger.
file yet.
Before you, Roger is always
For
in
me,
charge
he
of
was
it.
like,
Yeah, okay. Good.
Okay.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Yes, okay.
Make
In
it
the
smaller.
current
Now you can make it
globalist
smaller.
world,
Now you can make it
an
smaller.
individual sense of self-coherence is constantly under challenge, especially for people who often come
Tanis,
from
make it
cultures.
smaller.
Yes,
Make it smaller now. You
yes,
have
Professor.
151, make it 100. Make it 100.
It's 100, bro.
Who's controlling it? Hanif or Hanif? Okay. All right. Good. All right. Continue. Okay. All right.
Whose religion, values, beliefs, and norms differ from those of the Philippines. The immigration rate of Iranians to the Philippines has increased, especially the last 2 decades. It should also be noted the majority of the Iranians immigrants in the Philippines are Shias. It is important to understand the identity process and transformation that Iranian Shias face when moving across borders and cultures. The main question of present research is, what is the present identity situation of Iranians living in a Catholic city of Manila? Research question. First one. How can the researcher understand the effect of the Catholic city on Shia identity in a connection to Iranian immigrants' identity after their migration to Manila? Question 2. How do Iranian Shia define their identity? What are Iranian identity's elements or dimensions? And what are differences between Iranian identity and identity of the individual from Manila? Third, what are the experience of Shia Iranian living in a Manila as a multicultural city from personal, social, political, religious dimension, and so on? Fourth, how the identity of Iranian Shia would transform after arriving in Manila. Fifth, what influenced Iranian Shia to transformation their identity in Manila? About research objective, first one, to understand the effect of the Catholic city on Shia identity in connection to Iranian immigrants' identity after their migration to Manila. Objective 2, to understand how Iranian Shia define their identity. Iranian identity's element or dimension, the differences between Iranian identity and identity of the individual from Manila. Third, to understand experiences of Shiite Iranian living in Manila as a multicultural city. Fourth, to understand the way the identity of Iranian Shia would transform after arriving in Manila. Fifth, to understand what factors influence Iranian Shia to transform their identity in Manila. Research method and data collection. My research method is grounded theory and qualitative method, semi-structured interviews, non-probability sampling design, purposive sampling, open questions, and discussion. I had an interview more 3 hours. Manila, and I did in Manila city a population of all Iranian living in Manila, context analysis, and inductive approach. Finding this thesis, all participants accepted the relative impact of the new social environment on their identity. Coding of data showed the experience of 3 groups of factors, namely causal conditions, contextual conditions, and intervening conditions which affect identity transformation of Iranian in Manila. All respondents asserted a real pride in their Iranian identity without any extra emphasis on the religious aspects. At the same time, they respect and like different cultural aspects of Manila as a host community. A small number of participants introduced themselves as Shia Iranians. At the same time, they believed that their adherence to religious traditions does not follow a single pattern. Few of them consider themselves religiously secular. Some participants noted that the second generation of Iranian is more tolerant of accepting cultural and religious diversity than the first generation. Research suggestion. The impact of the Manila social climate on the identity change of cities of Western and Middle East countries, for example, can be compared. Manila provided a good opportunity for researchers to compare gender roles and their relationship to identity acculturation. It is suggested that the future research identity transformation of individuals in social, cultural, and linguistic dimensions to be examined to compare with the finding of the present study. Thank you for attention. نبودم. اینو برای چی نوشتم کرد؟
And if I have a file. I want to
Okay,
share.
Professor, I'm done.
You're done. Okay. All right. I will share my thoughts with you. Let me pass it to Hanif. Hold on, Hanif. Hanif, how I problem identifying where my file is. Okay. MB. Just a minute, yeah. Unless Brother Muhammad, how are you? You have recovered well from your apa namanya? COVID.
Yes, brother.
Have you?
Now I am better. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. Hold on, yeah. I need to save the.
How are you, brother? Your COVID is better now?
I think I'm suffering a bit from. Apa namanya? A bit from long COVID. I think. I don't know that I'm not a medical doctor, but I think I'm experienced that. Hold on, I need to pass the file to. I need to pass the file to Hanif. A problem passing the file. Can we locate this? Raji.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you help me for one? Well, Hanif is over there. Can you locate where the file is? This is the file I want to share.
Tanji?
Tanji is this file, yeah. So go ahead. Just do it. The WhatsApp is on too.
Yeah, just directly send to WhatsApp.
You're using what?
Send to WhatsApp directly.
You need to save the file first.
Okay.
Yeah, and the files, and then send to you.
No, it's not.
Yeah, save the file first.
Yeah. There's the file. There you are. I think there's the file there. Yeah. Got it.
Right to WhatsApp.
That's WhatsApp. Share that. Share.
The sharing mechanism is not like WhatsApp.
Oh, okay. Let me.
Oh,
There.
I just realized your laptop is new one.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
Latest Windows, right?
Latest.
Yeah, Windows 11.
Alamak, kena get started pula.
WhatsApp.
Send to the email lah.
Oh, I think open from that.
Tapi kan harus masuk.
Oh, gini. Boleh ni, copy and paste.
No.
Oh, tuh thumb drive ya.
Oh, thumb drive. Okay.
Share.
What kind of file?
Where.
Share.
Yeah.
This is email.
Yeah, email will be there. Sometimes.
Yeah, go.
The traditional one. Control C.
Just wait for a while. Yeah, because it's such an advanced technology that.
Oh, 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay.
Oh, good right.
Okay.
Tanggal terbaru. Komen Tandis dulu.
Alright, where are we now? Let's go. I have it written so that you can all see, because sometimes when I speak, maybe it's not clear or I have problem. So Hani will share the file with you. Okay. Yeah, just a minute. There's
比偏的总是。
Okay, bro. There.
In order skill
Okay. The file is there now, so you can look at the file. All right. Let's go to my input to you. Now, Tandis, these are my comments. Yeah. Can you hear me? Tandis, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good. All right. Now, number of things. First, the language and terminologies, right? What you want to do now, Tandis, is to make sure that the language and terminologies are consistent with the ones that are being used in the PhD thesis for USM, and you can look at your colleagues' sample of their thesis and follow them, right? So we do not use the words research goals, we use the word research objective, research questions, right? So not goals, but research objectives, right? So what you do is that you have ECO's thesis. Do you have ECO's thesis, Candice?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, you have ECO's thesis, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, you can look at ECO's thesis or Muzakir's thesis and look at how they call the different headings, and you follow the same heading. So they don't call their headings research goals, it should be research objectives instead of research goals, right? So all of you, yeah, you make sure you follow the terminologies of the school of USM, right? So we don't use goals, we use, although it means the same, right? But stick to the same terminologies. And then the next thing is that you can see my point there is that you got to check the language, right? And then your research objectives should correspond to your research questions. If you have 5 research objectives, you should have 5 research questions. And each of your research objectives should be translated or corresponding to the research question. So research objective 1 corresponds to research question number 1. Research objective number 2 corresponds to research question number 2, right? Okay, that's all right. Good. Alhamdulillah. Now, so move on to improving the language. With this in mind, the research question is so. This is from your thesis itself. How can the researcher understand the effect of Catholicity on Shiite identity in connection to Iranian immigrant identity after the migration to Manila? So let me see. Your research question number 1 sounds a bit off. It should not be how can the researcher understand. You want to rephrase it. How does the what is the effect of Catholicity on Shiite identity? Right? Instead of how can the researcher understand the effect? It's like asking how can Tandis understand, how can Ribani understand? You don't put that statement in the research question. That's point number 1. Point number 2, I think we discussed this last time, right? We are not looking at the city, right? Right, Tandis, remember we talked about this, right? The city, Penang, city, a country, Malaysia, Manila, we cannot take the city or the country as a social construct, right? You do not take that as a social construct. Is the experience with the city, right? So Manila doesn't change people, but the experience inside Manila, right? What they do inside Manila that change them. So remove from your mind that because they say in Manila, therefore it becomes like that. No. It is the experience, the interaction, the meaning they attach to the experience and interaction, and the people they mix with that influence them, right? The Manila, so because, see, if you take Manila as a social construct, are you referring to the architecture of Manila, to the road system of the Manila, to the pollution of Manila, to the, the busyness of the Manila? So we are not looking at Manila, we are looking at, the experience. Right? So remember that sentence there. So,
For example, can you say Catholic culture, for example?
The Catholic culture, it depends on what you're researching. That's why you need to be clear. No, so you want to say how does living in Manila? So you got to construct your question correctly. This is not the right question to construct, right? So, right. So, how does living in Manila connected to the Shiite identity, right? So again, this is the same thing I told Shimin just now, not to use the word influence. So you're using effect, right? So you're making an assumption that it can, by the way, it's not effect, it's affect, right? A, not E, right? Affect. If effect is the noun, affect is the verb, right? So you got to check the language, Tandis, get somebody to check the language, right? Okay. Yes, you're clear with that, eh? You're clear with that. That's good. Let's move to the next one. How do Iranian Shiites define their identity? What are the Iranian identity's elements and dimensions? I think we went through this. This is good, okay. What are the differences between Iranian identity of the individual from Manila? Right. What are the experiences of Shiite Iranians living in Manila as a multicultural city? So this is the question there, right? What are the experiences of Shiite Iranians living in Manila as a multicultural city? And what experiences influence their identity? So that is the question. So from a personal. Now that is actually a research question. You can eliminate question number 1. You can just stay on question number 3, which actually makes sense. So, how do the identity of the Iranian students would transform? By the way, there's a language problem there. Right? So, is there a transformation? Research question number 4 there. Is there a transformation? By the way, you can listen back to this feedback from Mao, because Hanif has streamed this is in the YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Right. Can you all access YouTube in Iran?
No, I think no.
No?
No, but BNB.
VPN.
VPN, yeah, because I don't know what that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Google also gonna.
Google also same Chinese.
Yeah.
Oh.
Good, they are friends.
The friends. Iran and China are friends.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
But, because I want to something.
Next time we use a Chinese platform. What is happening? We have opened a new. What is the YouTube in China?
Bilibili.
Bilibili. Bilibili lah. Bilibili.
No, it's not. It's unsuitable because you will speak something maybe forbidden by the Bilibili.
Oh, okay.
Then we go Russian platform.
Still record.
We got a Russian platform or some African platform or something like that. Anyways, okay.
Doctor, you said you should eliminate question 1.
Yeah.
And, replace with the question
Number 3. Question number 3.
But in the title there is a Catholic. This is name. How can she need? I think to mention this is
Yeah, the
parent also. Like,
yeah. So because the title has to do with the title has to do with the scope of your research, right?
yeah.
It's okay. You can maintain that one. The title might change later, right? The title can change later. Okay, how the identity of Iranian Shiites would transform this language issue? How do the identity of Iranian Shiites connected or change or maintain in the after arrival in Vietnam? So what influence? So here we have the way you question, Sandis, your research question. This is fundamental,
Yes,
right?
Professor.
So, is there a change? Is there a transformation of identity of Iranian Shiite in Manila, right? If there's a change, what is the change? You can use the word transformation, right? Is there a transformation, and what is the transformation, right? So you ask, you're not sure whether there's transformation or not. So is there a transformation of identity of Iranian Shiite in Manila? And if there's a transformation, what are the transformations, right? Okay, so that is a research question, right? So you put the research question, that can be research question number 4, right? Now go to the next one. You have, this is coming from the thesis. Second, in this study, the main focus of the researcher was on the impact of Manila as a Catholic city on the various stages of identity changes, such as assimilation or integration of Iranian Shiites. We discussed this before. This is again stating Manila as a social construct. Is it Manila or is it experiences in Manila? Right? This is what I said just now. If you say Manila, then you have to define what Manila is. The architecture, the neighborhoods, the governance, the economy. So it's not Manila, you want to talk about the experience in Manila, right?
Okay.
Okay, good. Changing the living place from the next one, Hanif. Changing the living place from Shiite environment when hijab is mandatory for all women, Muslim or non-Muslim, to a Catholic environment can have far-reaching effects on identity. Are you deducing that the hijab is the crucial part of the shift in the environment? Do you have strong evidence from the findings given by the social actors? So you are making a statement here, Tandis, right? That the changing the living place from a Shiite environment where hijab is mandatory for all women to a Catholic environment can have far-reaching effects on identity. So, are you saying that is affecting them? If you're saying that is affecting them, then you need to show there's evidence from the social actors themselves that they say, when I was in Iran, everyone wears hijab, but when I'm in Manila, people do not wear hijab, and it has impacted on me. If they say that, you can make that conclusion. If they do not say that, you cannot make that conclusion. Yeah?
Yeah.
So you got to check again. It's okay if you make this statement, as long as the social actors, the people you interview, make the claim that the environment in terms of people wearing hijab or not has affected them or not. Okay? Okay.
Yeah, okay.
All right. And this is
Professor,
yes.
can I emphasize that some of women I did interview, they have not hijab in Manila.
Yes, you can make a note there. You can make a note there. Yeah, you can make a note in your text. That's actually since this is relevant in your analysis, right? then you write it down. That's good. That's good. Because hijab has a special meaning in Iranian society, right? Hijab has a special meaning among Iranians too, right? And has the meaning attached to hijab is different from the Indonesian attached to hijab, right?
I discussed that in my thesis. This part of my thesis I called Shia women. So I discussed the hijab between what's the
Hijab
meaning
is
of
hijab is the headgear, yeah.
between the Iran society and Saudi Arabia. And
Saudi
Iraq.
Arabia.
What is the difference?
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I discussed.
Yeah, you did. Okay. Maybe you want to share a bit there.
Yeah.
You want to tell us what the difference is?
Yes, okay. I think my perspective, the hijab in Iran is more than culture, it's a political issue. Hijab in Iran. Because if you go to Iranian society, they are more secular, more open-minded than Arab.
Secular?
More open-minded. It's less conservative than Arab. So Arab the culture Arab is more conservative toward the women. So the hijab is like a social issue, the social culture, so the social criteria. So women should be hijab, where hijab in Arab is like honor. It's honor for family, honor is for tribe. So for this reason, I observed some Iranian women when they go abroad, they can take off hijab. Yeah, why? That means we feel this is hijab is like a mandatory by power, by authority. Political. But that is, unless we feel with Arab, for example, if Arab people, I mean Iraq or Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or something like that, if the women go abroad, they stay wear hijab. Why? Because this is culture, social culture. The social culture is more strong than political. So that means the women feel this is like kind of identity, kind of honor. Kind of something like that.
Hijab is associated with honor.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
You
very
are right, brother Mutali.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's honor,
You're right.
Interesting there, okay, good point there, yeah. Whereas hijab in Indonesia, Malaysia is culture.
It's a culture.
And fashion, bro.
And fashion.
That's why it is a fashion. It's a culture of it.
Yeah, and here, for example, Malaysia or Indonesia, the hijab is not honor. The hijab is identity.
Yeah, it's identity.
Identity as I am Muslim.
Yeah.
Hijab is I am Muslim.
And fashion, that is it, fashion too.
And
that's why we have hijab here, flower there, culture like this, tie this way, tie that way.
Something back here.
Patterns, they have different names for the hijab too.
Yeah.
Right, and then a celebrity will come up with their own hijab style. Right. In Indonesia have celebrity come, also like that. Right? So in Malaysia too, we have celebrity will call it hijab style. This is my style, whatever. So which sometimes I do not even understand how this works. There are 3 levels of hijab. Anyway, okay. But this is fascinating in a way. So that's the point about hijab there. Okay. A good point on this that you want to make the note there, because I think it's a relevant point. Yeah, whether the informant or interviewee or the social actor wears hijab or not. Where are we now? Okay. The next paragraph. First, the research was conducted in specific geographical area, Manila, while much of the previous research on identity has been done mainly in Western countries. I said, okay, look at my comment down there. Does it mean that Manila is a multicultural environment and Western countries are not multicultural? But you see, Vancouver, Melbourne, New York, London, they are also multicultural, right? So not just Manila. But yes, Manila is a non-Western society, or better still, a nation society, or non-Muslim society, a non-Muslim Asian society. So you want to say that it is, a non-Western society or Asian society, not just because it is a multicultural society, but it's also a non-Muslim dominated society. You can say that, yeah. Okay. How about using the term? I said the concept cross-cultural or instead multicultural. That's another way of looking at it, right? But this is just a thought. This is a thought. Now, this is the important part. I'm going to the important part about your thesis, Tanis. So you listen carefully. This is the theoretical contribution. Yeah, you have here your theoretical contribution. You say, third, the study focuses on Iranian Shia's identity, while previous studies have paid less attention to the role of religion from perspective of the Shias sect. The dissertation focuses on specific. By the way, you want to use thesis instead of dissertation, right? Because that's the term. In USM, we use the word thesis instead of dissertation. The dissertation is much more American, so we are like British colonies or dissertations. Thesis. The thesis focuses on specifically on the evolution of identity as a process influenced by religion, Shia or Catholic, although in practice this distinction is not emphasized by the participant. So this is my words, yeah. So is it the vital part of religion in the theorizing of immigrant social identity? So that's a question I put for you. You will need to answer that. And then you have another one here. The participant has observed the intersectionality of gender identity and success in the Philippines, where the saying behind every successful man is a successful woman is prevalent. This is an important point as intersectionality can affect an individual's experiences and perceptions of gender identity. By observing the intersectionality of gender identity and success in the Philippines, the individual may have been exposed to different ways of relating to gender identity, where success is seen as collaborative effort between men and women. This exposure can lead to a process of identity transformation where the individual's views on gender identity undergo change based on the experiences in the host society. So I said, okay, this is the point, is that expand the explanation on intersectionality in your model, Tandis, for chapter 4 and conclusion chapter 5. So intersectionality is a very good and important theoretical contribution that you have. By the way, intersectionality, for those of you who might not be familiar with it, is an emerging and important discourse in social sciences. It says that it's not just gender or class or ethnicity that is affecting people, but the interaction between this gender and identity and class and ethnicity that is influencing people. So it's like, you take this medicine plus this medicine, that is an interaction of all these factors. So that's intersectionality, right? So my point here, that the thesis only touches on it on page 160. Yet, as you yourself have noted, Tandis, you should make this as a theoretical contribution. So, but you will need to clarify how you have contributed to the intersectionality discourse, right? So you look at the discourse of intersectionality and see how you have contributed, how your thesis, how your research has contributed to the intersectionality discourse, right? Or literature. So is there a pattern or an order to intersectionality in terms of transformation of identity? So you explain that. If there's a pattern, that will be your theoretical contribution in terms of the transformation of the Shiite community, right? So how does this intersectionality changes or affects the identity transformation, right? So question I have, the arrows are all mine, right? Is there a constant in the identity, or is it all unstable or malleable? You say you have made a discovery or your conclusion because you're using grounded theory. By the way, grounded theory is another type of interpretive research, right? Or it could be inductive, it could be abductive, it could be reproductive, right? In this case, it looks more like reproductive. You say the core relative instability of identity. So the question I have is that immigrants' intersectionality, this is possible, other possible words that you might want to think, Tandis, yeah? I give suggestion that immigrants' intersectionality, malleability, or immigrants' generational malleability, right? Malleability means changeability, right? That's malleable means changeable. So de-religionization of identity, because it looks like the Iranian Shiites that are changing the identity, they are undergoing de-religionization, right? So religion becomes less important in their identity formation, right? So, in Iran, religion is very integral part of their identity, but they come to a place or space or, with the experiences in the Philippines, religion becomes less important or not relevant, and therefore the identity becomes much more de-religionized.
Yeah.
Right? But this is your theoretical contribution, yeah? I'm just giving suggestion. So if this is your theoretical contribution, you want to expand it, you want to explain it, you're going to tell the examiner through your thesis that this is your theoretical contribution, right? And this is a good thing that you have from your thesis, right? Okay, next, I said careful with sweeping generalizations, and this is true for the rest of you too. Be careful. This is where when you have your own agenda or your own assumption or your own thoughts, right? Sometimes your thoughts will somehow creep into go into it unconsciously, and you make those generalizations. You do not want to make those generalizations if it's not coming from your research. It cannot be supported by your research. You do not want to make those generalizations, right? So Tandis use the word lack of interest. Lack of interest in the one-dimensional dimension of own identity. The majority of participants were both surprised and upset to be addressed with the terms such as Shiite Iranian. You say religion as a factor to emphasize distinct national identity, analyzing the participants' sentences and words, lived experiences, and researchers show that the emphasis on Shiite identity by correspondence is a factor to show they are distinguishing from other Muslims only. Iran is one of the Shiite countries in the world where majority of these people are Shiites. It is the only country ruled by Shiite. It is the only country ruled by Shiite clerics. Okay, this is not true, right? Because we have Iraq is another example, right?
Iraq is democracy. The majority of Shia, but we share, for example, the Sunnah share in the government because the head of parliament is Sunni always.
Yes.
The president always is from Kurd as ethnic group. Kurd ethnic group. So we cannot say Iraq is ruled by Shia as faith, but the Shia always take prime minister. Why? Because they are majority.
Yes. Okay.
So this is different from Iran.
The sentence there. Iran is one of the Shiite countries in the world where majority of its people are Shiites. That's fine, right? That's fine. Okay. It is the only country ruled by Shiite clerics.
Yeah.
Is that okay by that statement?
Shia cleric, I think if can use this is Wilayat Faqih is better, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Because you can because Shia many schools, most of them don't accept about Wilayat Faqih, right?
Okay.
Especially inside Iran.
Inside Iran.
Inside Iran. For example, Tandis and Muhammadi knows that. Maybe the people emulate Sistani and Sistani Taqlid. In
yeah.
Iran, more than emulate Khamenei.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sistani, he doesn't accept about Wilayat Faqih. He rejected or he against Wilayat Faqih.
All right. So, Tandis, this is how we can address this issue. You can put a little footnote there, so that at the footnote there you can say, just make a note there, there might be other countries where the clerics play a role, but not to the extent of Iran.
Yeah.
Iran is, some people describe Iran as a theocracy, right? Theocracy, right? So you can just put a footnote so that the examiner, when the examiner reads your work, the examiner will not say, well, what is it? There are other countries where the clerics, meaning the religious people, are very influential, right? But in terms of Shia, maybe it's true.
True. Just explain and not about Wilayat Faqih.
Just put a footnote there.
As a school.
As a school of thought, right?
Yeah, school of thought.
As a school of thought. Okay. Now, Tandis, you make these changes.
Yes.
You'll be ready to submit, right? All these forms. It's good. These are four pages. You look at I have sent this to our supervision group, right? You can look at our supervision WhatsApp group, all right, and then you can download it and improve it. You're ready to submit. Okay. You have sent in your notice of submission, right?
I sent her, yeah.
Tandis, you have sent notice of submission?
Yes, me and Muhammad emailed to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And have you received any email from IPS stating that you can submit from IPS office?
Just email to you, Professor.
No, Rosalina.
Okay, I tell you what. This is your follow-up now, Tandis. You send an email to separately, yes, two emails. One to IPS.
Yeah.
One to IPS.
Okay.
Muhammad, you do the same thing. One to IPS and another one to Madam Rosliza. Before it's Roshima, but Roshima is being hospitalized for more than I think 1 month now. So Brother Mutadi will send the email contact. You email to, so you send to IPS and you send to Madam Madam Rosliza and CC to me, right? Just now I talked to Madam Rosliza as well, right? Sister Rosliza. So she will follow up, but it's good that you send another email just to follow up, right? So that
Noted.
because she told me that you have submitted your notice of submission. She told me that just now. I asked. But
it means that a professor or process for submission is it started before?
You have started by sending the notice of submission, but you have not submitted your thesis yet. You need to improve your thesis before you submit, right?
Okay.
But IPS must say yes, you can submit. Just like Mutadi received an email that IPS say yes, you can submit. That's where you can submit. But do not submit an unrevised thesis. Revise first and then you submit, right? Okay. All right. Okay. So once you make this revision, you can submit. You're ready to submit. Then you have close to 300 pages. You don't have 300 pages yet, but you have close to 300 pages. So you have something that is. I have confidence that you could get through, right? With the examiners, inshallah. Yeah.
My goodness, thank you for your comments.
Welcome, Dennis. Yeah. Alright,
I
now.
did come with brother study, inshallah.
Yeah, Mutadi will help you. See, it's good to have seniors here to help you too. See, they have gone through the process. They actually know more about the technical parts of submission and all that, more than I do, because they have gone through the process. The latest process is with them, not with me, right? Like my technical knowledge of submission and they know, man. By the way, when you completed your Viva, there's another process which is not easy too. Not that you have to go through Viva again, but there's a technical thing, the binding and submission of the binding, and then I think they still ask for CD-ROM, right? Yes. Say about CD-ROM, right? So there's all these little things.
I sent already there.
Right? So you need to know these things.
I sent already 2 email for you. IPS and Cerebrus.
Yeah. In fact, at the end of your process, meaning after the Viva, when you're ready to submit your correction, you send your correction, it's best that you come here to Malaysia for 2 weeks. Yeah? I will recommend 2 weeks, yeah, to make sure to process things. Yeah, sometimes the IPS has a problem, or sometimes there's a little thing here, you don't put a dot there, you don't put a comma there, I don't know, whatever IPS, the problem with IPS, yeah.
The one issue, just is like, she can use identity or faith, because if you talk about religion or sect, the first place is faith, the second place is identity. So if they are changed from Shia to Catholic, of course they will baptize, right?
Yeah.
So that means we talk about faith here.
Yeah.
Just this point is which better with change faith or change identity? I don't know.
Well, the faith is an important part of Tandi's research. Tandi's research is not limited to faith.
Okay.
It's looking at identity in a more comprehensive way of identity.
Okay.
So, but faith is an important part of the identity of the research. But a lot of these Iranians who stay and have these experiences have made faith less important in some ways, from some ways, right? So or they do not want to discuss the faith, Tandis has actually talked about different ways of how they attach meanings to their faith.
Okay.
So which is part of the identity transformation. So it's still about identity there. Yeah. Okay. We're ready for Brother Muhammad. Your turn now, Brother Muhammad, to make a short presentation, not a long presentation, not a short presentation. Are you ready?
It's out to
Oh, okay. Okay, one second.
Still think. Lambin, you're so quiet.
Yeah. That's
安静，
安静
为什么这么安
我一
静？
直在听，
哦，
在学习。
学习啊，不是睡觉啊。Listening, not sleeping. Oh, okay, good. Is this from you or? Yeah, Anif, is this from you?
Oh, then he presented. It's okay. Then he's they can roll, bro.
Okay. Oh, I need coffee now, excuse me. Coffee.
Wait a moment, got some hot food.
I got coffee too. I already got coffee. Okay, hope I did a mark now, but it's okay. I give it.
Somebody's inside.
Okay.
Wait, someone inside.
All right, Brother Muhammad, you okay? your voice and all that. For a moment, you met the Malaysian ambassador, right?
Yes, bro. Yes, bro. I
Yeah,
have been meeting Malaysian ambassador in Iraq
in
about
Iraq.
the PhDs,
About?
Cultural Intercentral Asian Cooperative Dialogue.
Good. Tell the ambassador they should go and block the ship going to Israel. I will support you. Tell him that your supervisor asked you to tell him that Malaysia should get involved. You know?
Yes.
Send drones. But buy the drones from Iran because Iran have good drones. Right. Bring them some drones there. And Iran can invest some money in USM so that we can help you build the drones also. You have the slide now, Brother Mohammed. Can you share the slide?
Yes, I will share it. So,
How many Palestinians? About 30,000 Palestinians, right? They have killed now.
I think
30,000.
yeah.
Crazy, man.
Actually,
That's not genocide. I don't know what it is. That's not genocide.
it's genocide.
Yeah, it's totally genocide.
Genocide. Come on.
Genocide, yeah.
Huh?
It's very miserable the situation there.
Yeah, miserable, man. Sometimes when I look at it, I cannot look at it anymore. You know, I've seen so many of it. It's just terrible.
Very terrible.
Yeah.
People without food, without medicine, without anything right now.
Water. They're stopping it now.
They live with the death. They live with the death every day. Because Israel take everything. Yeah. God be with them.
Yeah.
So sad. So sad.
Okay. Muhammad, we are ready now.
okay, bro.
Okay, Bismillah.
Nice.
I've sent you also my feedback. Okay. Please continue.
Yes.
Yes. How many slides do you have here? Okay, continue. Go ahead. I can see you. I can see.
Yes.
Yeah, you can talk
In
now.
the name of God.
Yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Interfaith dialogue phenomenon between Catholic, Christian, and Muslims in Manila as a Catholic-dominated society. Over the last decade, religious hostilities have increased around the world. Specifically, Muslims and Jews experienced the greatest increase in the harassment. Also, Christian and Muslims were both harassed many countries during 2014. The lack of knowledge and scarcity of interaction with the other religions can lead to intolerance negatively impact communities and increase violence. Interfaith dialogue is the favorite method to the educated people about other religions and to help resolve religious conflicts. Can you hear me, prof?
I can hear you. Continue.
Problem statement. Religious diversity presents multilayered challenges as a result of ignorance, intolerance, and tension. Many scholars believe that interfaith dialogue is central to resolve religious discourse. Interfaith dialogue is regarded as an important technique to mitigate interreligious tension exist all diversities. Science it can allow a better understanding of religion. Speak the importance of interfaith dialogue. In this field, there is limited analysis of the impact of this dialogue in literature to prove either reason or support. Research question. How do leaders and followers of Christian and Muslims in Manila prepare for an advanced interfaith dialogue session? What happens when leaders and followers of Christian and Muslims in Manila engage in interfaith dialogue? In what way does interfaith dialogue change a person's view of other religions? How do leaders and followers of religions interpret in the interfaith dialogue? What is the transformation route of religious leaders and followers in the interfaith dialogue? Research objectives to explore how leaders and followers of Christian and Muslims in Manila prepare for and guide interfaith dialogue to explore the impact and outcome of the dialogue on interreligious relations, social cohesion, and community development. To explore the basic interfaith dialogue and change the preference of other religions. To explore how leaders and followers of different religions interpret interfaith dialogue and to explore the transformation of religious leaders and followers in interfaith dialogue. Research methods and data collection. Qualitative methods, interpretive phenomenology of analyzing APA and working towards making structured interviews. Non-probability sample design, proposing sampling and open questions. Shared and host as well as the religious dialogue meeting in Manila, middle class religious leaders and content analysis and inductive approach. Finding there is an interrelationship between the characteristics of the audience and dimension of interface dialogue. Findings reveal that interaction between the procedure participant in the interface dialogue session is the subject of the perception. Interface dialogue leads to their mental and emotional impact. Interface dialogue may have positive or negative effects on religions and environmental meaning and forms a secondary perception. Research suggestion. It is suggested that in the next research, the contact interface dialogue should be examine, and analyze. It is suggested that future research examine interfaith dialogue between Muslims and Christian leaders in the Mindanao region of Philippines. Future research are encouraged to compare the phenomenon of interfaith dialogue between religious leaders in the Philippines, China, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Vietnam. Thank you. Finish.
Now,
Is it, Prof, you're muted?
I think Chan has moved to some sea view. Moved from the cell to some nice room, now he has a sea view. Wow, he's moved up the ladder of North Korea hierarchy. He's going closer and closer to the top hierarchy of North Korea. Where Americans have failed. Hanif, can you share? Okay. These are my feedbacks to you. There's some I've written for you, right? But this is based on what you have presented to me today, Brother Muhammad. Number one, I think it's crucial that you make sure that the connection, the internet connection, when you want to make a presentation for Viva and all that must be good, because the sound system is a bit problematic, and you got to overcome it. Use the best technology in Iran. Iran has good technology, right? So use the technology.
we have not good Wi-Fi.
Oh, you have good Wi-Fi. Okay. But I believe Iran has good technology, so because yeah.
So,
Huh?
yeah.
Yeah, Iran has good
I
technology.
went together like one time.
This is hiding.
Huh? This is anyway, improve you got to find a solution to this one, so that during the Wi-Fi you need to make your voice clearly heard, right? And the connection, the bandwidth, blah blah blah. I know it's not easy. I know but you got to make it work, right? You got to find a solution to that. Now the second thing is, Brother Muhammad. And I told you this before, you need to work on your pronunciation, you need to work on your the way you pronounce your English, yeah? Especially during the slide presentation, when you read the words, you have the advantage of preparing first. So sit with an English speaking Iranian friend or whatever, go through your presentation many times so that your pronunciation is accurate and you do not have pauses, yeah? You can practice your slide presentation with your friend or somebody who is more well versed in English, and practice that. Yeah, that's actually very important for Viva later on, right? Your pronunciation for your presentation, right? So that you pronounce it the way that can be understood by the examiners, right? That's point number 2. Point number 3 is your slides. There's some slides visual that is not doesn't look too professional. There's a spacing issue, between lines. There's like 3-4 lines between the next line. You make it big enough so that it doesn't save space. Too much space between the lines. You gotta make it more bigger and so that it looks more professional, just like what you have seen from what Chi Min and Ye Feng presented yesterday, that the font size and the space between the lines are good, right? Okay, so get somebody to make make your boss there, someone make somebody get your staff there to prepare something nice. put something and make it real good. Yeah. Okay. The next one, this is still. I'll go to the part that I've prepared for you, but I want to tell you certain things that I think is crucial. In your findings, you use the word environmental meanings, right? Environmental meanings, you use that word. So, and in your model as well, you talk about environmental meanings, although it's not in your presentation, but you use the word environmental. So, environmental is usually associated with the natural environment, you know, the sea and the land, the trees, and the air and the water. So, maybe the word should be social environment instead of just environmental. So social environment or social surrounding, right? Or external social environment. So use the word social there, or use the word external there. Or don't use the word environment. Use the word surrounding. That will be another way to avoid the problem of misunderstanding when you use the word meanings, environmental meaning. I think you are using the word external social meanings, and you can just replace it because this is your word, not the word from the respondents necessarily. So environmental meaning, replace that with social surrounding meaning or social environment meaning, right? Okay, now we go to the ones I've done with you. Now, the big part of your thesis is this, that I think that must be upgraded, Brother Muhammad, and that is the thickness and the thickness of your analysis, right? So you can right? What they are right here? Based on this and 4 years of living and experiences in Manila has shown that the religious leaders in the city have reached a certain level of intellectual maturity. So avoid personal experience that is not part of the methodology, right? Okay. If this is not because this is your experience, right? Living in Manila. So unless you have systematically document your experience in some ways, and your experience has been, part of your research, then you should not bring in as as part of your methodology. So it's in fact a certain level of intellectual maturity. It sounds a bit arrogant or whatever there, but you are not an arrogant person, I know that. So you do not want to have that statement or sentence in your thesis. So next, the core part, the part that I think can be used to beef up, to thicken, to enrich your thesis is the part, right? Because your thesis doesn't have the analysis, the theoretical analysis that is needed to make it PhD worthy at this point. So my concern is that your thesis is not PhD worthy enough, right? So you got to make it PhD worthy. You got to bring the analysis to a level that is PhD level, right? So if you look at this, you have this one in your findings, right? You have that one in your finding, the one that is shown there. You have religious, environmental, primary. Again, instead of using environmental, using social environment or social surrounding. So I'm suggesting that. See, I put there, but this is suggestion. You can work on this. You can change it. You can edit it. Do whatever you want. but you got to expand the analysis. So I'm suggesting, this is a suggestion, but you can expand or change or improve or whatever you want to do, but you got to enrich it. I say stage 1, pre-dialogue, essences and key findings. So you have some key findings from stage 1, pre-dialogue. Before the dialogue, they have certain things that you have discovered in your findings. So you can analyze it, expand it further, and talk about it from a theoretical, conceptual contribution perspective in your thesis, right? So you have stage 1, that alone, there's something there in your findings, right? And then you go stage 2, where the interfaith dialogue occurs, where the interfaith dialogue happens. So that is something there. So during the dialogue, what the essences are, what the phenomenon is like. So you can talk about the phenomenon, you can typologize the phenomenon, you can describe it at the high level, what the key findings are, and they expand it. Each of these should be a few pages, not just one paragraph, not just 2 paragraphs, turn into 1 or 2 pages long, where you can really describe, right? You can describe. Since I think observation, you also put observation in your methodology. Did you put observation in your methodology, Brother Muhammad? Yes, yeah? Yes, yeah? Okay. So since the observation is part of your methodology, you can talk about the field notes. You bring the field notes into your analysis. So the way they dress up, the demeanor meaning the way they act, the way they speak, the cordiality, the friendliness level, before, during, after. So you can describe all this, and because you are a participant observer, right? You did a participant observation, right, Brother Muhammad? Yeah. And you are present during those events. So you describe it more, analyze it more, make it thicker, richer, right? Yeah? Okay. So if you do not know how to do this, it is fine. You just got to find thesis on participant observation and see how participant observation thesis is done, where they describe the field notes, where they describe what happens, right? Where they describe what happens, who says what to whom, right? The priest talks to the imam, or you can say the Catholic priest talk to the Protestant priest, but the Mormon people do not talk, or whatever, you know. Yeah, there are many different religions there too, right? And who talk to whom, who says what, and the facial expression, you can all describe that as part of your participant observation, because you are present there, right? So you want to make your observation richer, and you want to analyze it at a higher level, pre, during, after. Brother Muhammad, you hear me? Can you hear me? Who am I talking to? Okay.
Yes, bro.
Oh yeah, you hear me, yeah? Okay, good. Okay, you can hear me, that's good. Alhamdulillah. So, my concern is this, my concern is your PhD doesn't reach the level of a PhD worthiness. And you do not have enough data to go back and you can't go back to Manila and collect more data. So you got to use the data that is in your mind that you have. right? You have document analysis. You have I'm not sure you have document analysis, right? You put some document analysis there. So what is it? Yeah, I'm not sure you have analyzed your document well, but if you can analyze it, you can put it into, right? But again, there's not much coverage in terms of the change in social behavior. I think you have reports, but a change of social behavior, I'm not sure, unless you see there's reports from the churches or the people who, as a written report or something in their organization that you can include in, then you include in your analysis. So any findings that can be used to be included and to show there's a transformation before and after, there's a transformation of, there's a change in social behaviors, right? Then you can include that in. By the way, your graph, there's some spelling error or there's some typos, right? You got to correct the typos, the typing error. There's some repetition there too, right? So you have my concern there, Brother Muhammad. So I'm concerned that it cannot reach to the level that it should reach as far as PhD research is concerned, right? So you want to bring in more data from your observation and more analysis from your findings, right? So I'm looking forward for another easily 10 to 20 pages of your work added to your thesis, right? 10 to 20 pages. So observation, you can add another couple more pages. It can be, 1, 2, 3 pages before, during, 1, 2, 3 pages during, and after another 2, 3 pages. So you get another 10 pages there, and then your analysis. So you aim for another 10 pages for your analysis. So this is where you can actually bring the level of the quality of the quality level of your thesis to much more promising heights. You can, which I'm hoping you can do that. So yeah. Finally, the point I want to note as well is your thesis. Your thesis, as far as theoretical contribution is concerned, if you find connections to the idea of conflict resolution, confidence building, and you can find literature that you can contribute to, you connect to that literature. The conflict resolution, confidence building, trust building, that kind of literature. So you connect to that literature, what is it? Yeah, and since this is interfaith dialogue, how interfaith dialogue can contribute to conflict resolution or trust or confidence building, right? It might not resolve conflict, but it builds confidence, right? In terms of trust and
Anthony Giddens, Victor. Anthony Giddens.
Anthony Giddens.
Yeah, Giddens is socialist and British.
Yeah, sociologist.
He talked about this field, social democracy, or something like that. There is term he used. He say it's active trust.
Active trust.
Active trust. He talked about the active between between state and citizenship. If there's active trust, very good. Can they building a new relationship between both? I think it can use this term as literature and can employee. This is term. His field.
You have maybe Mutali can share that in the group there. The word active trust.
Active trust.
Active trust. So actually, it's been trust is actually central to conflict resolution. Is central for building confidence building too. So what is it? In interfaith dialogue, one of the things that is key to work on is actually trust. You're right, that one. So that's the without the trust, then you do not have conflict resolution. Right? I sometimes when I talk to people, I think about your thesis too, Brother Muhammad. If I'm thinking, how can I'm thinking of if I'm you, how can I enrich this thesis? Yeah. So I give you another example that I might encounter with the religious folks in Singapore, right? The masjid people in Singapore. So Singapore has this model where they use religion to prevent conflict, right? You can I'm not sure there is literature on this one, Singapore, right? So whenever there's a conflict between ethnic groups or between religious groups, right? So it can be between neighbors, right? Between neighbors, but then this neighbor is a Catholic, this one is a Buddhist, right? But then they just get into argument. Right? The argument has nothing to do with religion. So one of the approaches in the Singaporean government is the community approach. So they will call the Buddhist priest, Buddhist leader in the community, the Catholic, the Christian leader, the Muslim leader, come. Let's come together. You have problem of neighbor, right? So the leaders, the religious leader will come together with the neighbors and to help resolve the problem. So Singapore has adopted a faith-based conflict resolution model, right? So it's interesting because they see religion as an important part to solve conflict in Singapore, right? So I know because I have friends there who happen to be a graduate from USM. He's a Malaysian, but he's in Singapore working as a masjid manager, by the way.
The leaders are busy.
The leader. So the leaders are busy. So there's instead of calling policemen, because it become a criminal case. The police approach is different than the religious people's approach, right? Police approach, what's your problem? Let's take it's a legal approach. But religious approach would be to reconcile, to moderate the problem, to talk about values, values there, right? So, Brother Muhammad, look at Singapore. I don't know whether Singapore has anyone written about that. I'm interested in that. I told my friends that I want to study that in Singapore. And Singapore is known to be one of the most, if not the most, religiously diverse countries, right? So yeah. So refer to Singapore as an example where they use religion to resolve conflicts, right? So that's another one. How you can improve. The other one you can improve is in Mindanao, right, in Philippines. The conflict level is high. Maybe there's interfaith dialogue in Mindanao as well. You can bring in the literature from Mindanao, the southern Philippines. I think there's interfaith dialogue that's happening there, right? So maybe bring in the discussion from Mindanao and relate it to your findings as well. So that will be much more closer to Manila than Singapore. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Brother Muhammad, I mean, you just want to bring it to the level that is PhD worthy. Then you're ready to submit. Yeah.
I sent to
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Brother Muhammad. Yeah. All right. Wonderful. Welcome. Yeah. You have brought your thesis to more than 200 pages. But I wanted to see that you can bring it to a level that is PhD worthy as far as the analysis and findings are concerned. That's the part that I'm concerned about.
Totally around 400.
What's that?
The thesis, the PhD thesis, totally.
Maximum.
I mean that the page around 400 pages.
Well, 300 pages would be strong enough already. 300 pages would be strong.
That's 400.
Yeah, 400 would be very strong.
This
Yeah.
260, 70.
Who's this? Ibrahim. This is Ibrahim. This is another, which is also in Iranian. Ibrahim is in Iranian. Right. Yeah. But he came up with typologies. Yeah. He came up with typologies. Right. Okay. Then stay healthy. Yeah, Brother Muhammad. Stay healthy, and you want to complete your work as fast as possible and submit it this semester. You want to check your deadline. You want to communicate with the university, with IPS, as well as Puan Roshima and Rosliza, to find out when is the latest date for you to submit. So you do not want to submit before the latest date. Yeah? So you have a deadline. You have a deadline. You want to complete it before the deadline. The deadline is important.
And we extended, I think 1 year or
You can speak. I cannot hear you just now. Sister Tandes, you want to say something?
Yes. We started in the US in 2017, Muhammad, and 2018 me, and we extended 1 or 2 years. I don't know. We have time or not.
I think you have some more time, but you must communicate with IPS. You must communicate with Puan Rosliza. When is your deadline? Find out when your deadline is, and make sure you submit before your deadline, right? Whatever you submit before your deadline. Find out.
Okay.
I think you still have some deadline. You still have some time, but it's very close now. Very close because.
Thank you, Professor.
Welcome.
I will mention my email to her.
All right.
They just follow their personal profile.
Okay. Brother Muhtadi is tell them.
Attendees, you just open your personal profile in USM, and you just follow your personal. You will find the deadline for your period.
Yeah, you can find out.
Also,
Okay.
Yeah.
If you have a problem, brother, call me.
Connect with me. That's my pleasure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Horizon is the brother.
Okay, gentlemen and ladies, it's 1 o'clock now.
Dr. Levan is brother.
What's that? It's 1 o'clock now. Let me see. So we will need to wrap up. We won't. I will need to call it a day. Who? By the way, who's the next one in line?
This guy should be either Kailai or Rudy.
Okay.
But I think Kaila. Ready? Sudah siap?
Kaila already. Pak Rudi. We can be off.
Huh?
We can decide who. And
Shall we have the lunch first?
should have lunch first. But if we have lunch, then we will not. This will be urgent here. So but I have to stop by 1:20.
Yeah.
Tapi Pak Rudi, you have a long one or short one?
Short, very short.
Short one. Okay, Pak Rudi, highlight.
Yeah, I have a long one.
You have a longer one. Yeah, you have highlight is ready.
This is the paper, but presentation very short.
Okay. Right. But let me. You are ready to make the presentation there?
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
I
Let me see the.
Yang slide PowerPoint aja.
Oh, nanti ya.
Ada.
Oh, the slides.
Ada satu lagi. PowerPoint.
Oh, yang slide.
Very short.
Tandis, your maximum date is 29th of February. Tandis, your maximum date is 29th of February. Can you hear me? Amendment. Tandis, Muhammad?
On the screenshots and sent it to me.
Yeah.
Okay, I will send you a message. Okay.
Yeah.
Me too, bro.
Raja itu?
Yes.
Huh?
Wait, after this.
这个，放了这个，Shall we continue this? 放了这个，or just finish this one?
What do you mean?
After the two presentation, so.
Yeah, we directly continue until Universiti. And then probably Kailai and Jonathan tomorrow.
Or not this afternoon?
Tomorrow, I don't know, but tomorrow I wanted to decide the time.
Okay.
Remember, I have deadlines tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but we managed to get
I'm
through.
hungry.
Oh yeah, wait.
Your picture is food very
Yeah, the slide is about the food.
It's all about food, okay.
Yeah.
All right, okay, we're ready.
Wait.
That's research. Who cares about this research?
好好吃的样子。那我要这个本来就饿着，还放了个吃的图片。
Perfect.
Yeah, only thing I cannot go for lunch.
What's this food?
Ask Pak Rudi, Pak, what's this for?
This is we call it empal gentong.
Oh, empal.
The Cirebon.
Tom yum.
I think, yes.
Not Tom Yum.
I want to go.
And we can do the title, Empal Gentong. After understanding, there's Empal Gentong.
All right, here we
Okay,
go.
thank you. I'm not good in speaking, so I use very short word and picture to describe what I want to say.
Okay.
Next slide, please. Okay.
Chicken beef.
Okay.
Wait.
Next page.
No, still.
Yeah, wait.
hang.
Yeah, I need to do something there.
So busy, Hanif.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This is coming from the Cirebon. The Cirebon actually the hub between Jakarta and other major city in Indonesia, something like Surabaya. Next,
Cirebon is
Cirebon is location there.
Nearby Bandung.
Near Bandung, near Jakarta then. The size almost similar with the Penang. Penang Island almost same. We are already about 900 kilometers, but Penang about 1 million. And then the population a little bit higher than Penang, is 2 million something, but Penang only 1,000 million something. The size, big size, and mostly coastal area, a lot of fishermen there. Okay,
that
next.
part, right? The
Yeah.
top part, the white part, right?
This one, the blue one. This one, this is the sea. This is the sea.
sea.
Yeah.
The orange is Cirebon.
It's Cirebon. Yeah,
How about the middle part there?
What's the middle part?
The city. The city.
The city, oh, okay.
This is the Regency.
Yes.
This is the Regency, then is the city.
Okay, oh, that's the city, okay.
Next.
Gagaja is also like this.
Cirebon is really, how to say, very cultural city. There is, I think, where is my friends?
Haji, there.
Maulid is something good day in Indonesia, isn't it?
Sorry?
Maulid.
Maulid,
Oh,
yeah.
Maulud Nabi.
So they celebrate every year, very get together to
Okay.
strengthen the community bonds. Okay, next. Then this is a good point about Cirebon. Cirebon name is a city of shrine, but actually people are also very proud of that. And the city hall, they put the statue of the shrimp.
The shrimp there, okay.
They put the shrimp. Then Cirebon is the shrimp city.
The shrimp city, yeah, shrimp city, okay.
Cirebon not only good, but also diverse cultural heritage. So a lot of food, mostly something like this, they prepare. But the one day over there is nasi
Goreng.
no.
Nasi lemak.
No.
Nasi lemak.
They put nasi.
When lawyers in the Bahasa Malay, some name of the food.
However, they put rice and put of the something fried, anything good. They said the soto, a lot of things. And at the corner top is the palgundong.
Aduh.
Nasi jamblang.
Nasi jamblang.
Nasi jamblang. Okay.
Jamplang, okay.
Oh.
Culinary tradition and fundamental aspect of human life. Then diversity of society worldwide. This is according to the growth and Joven in 2014. So traditional culinary practice of generation to generation. So you can see in Indonesia, we also use ham and get together.
Yeah.
This kind of
It's a banana leaf, right?
Banana leaf.
Banana leaf, yeah.
This kind. So
Banana
food
leaves.
is next. Now, this is a problem. The problem here, this food become very popular, then almost replace the identity of Cirebon itself as the shrimp city. Next slide. Empal, actually the fried beef. This kind of the empal actually originally for the slice of beef, fried.
Right.
But in Cirebon, they changed to become soup. Next soup.
Soup.
Yeah.
Okay.
And because of soup, this one popular even changed the title of the city, shifting kota Palgundong rather than kota Shrimp.
Yeah.
Next. We understand from the theory that examine food first, study society, economy, and aesthetic, cultural, and semiotics. Cool. When we're talking about the food picture, we study about this. Next.
Tongseng.
Problem. Cirebon emergence of unique phenomenon, Palgundong, that is reshaping the city image, not only just same city now, it's become Palgundong city. Next.
Oh no, I missed it.
This is after I discussed the professor. So we divide by three. First, shifting identity, shape tourism and the economy to the identity of the city. Next, this is objective following the question.
Despite you're going to spend a bit more time, go back to research question. Tell me.
It's
We're
one
talking
by
about
one.
how does the empowerment dom contribute to the shifting identity. This is very important. How empowerment dom contribute to the shifting of the identity. Second thing is about how tourism also accepted this one, not only talking about the same city. And the third one, how does it play city changing identity economically? Okay?
Yeah.
Then we discuss yesterday today.
Okay, sure. We'll come back to this one.
Then,
Okay.
this is the, after we step the question is the objective we are to reach based on the question itself.
Yeah.
Okay, next. This is study, we're talking about the new phenomenon, then how to combine between Palang traditions and modernity, because they sell out only in also in the pack.
So if you want to
Not only just press,
that kind
but
of
also in
this ingredient.
So they sell not only just the ready one, but also in pack. Balance modernity and traditional. Then this is the hijab. In addition, scope of study explore impact of environmental attraction and its potential to draw tourists to the city. So you can see here a lot of non-local people enjoy the environment. And last slide. This is my overview chapter, introduction, literary research, finally, a 9th chapter.
Research about presenting the laws.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, just like any of the beginning research, the core, the one that you want to look at, the first is the research questions, yeah? So we'll go back to your research.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, then we have research questions. How does the emergence of Pagantong, Gantong or Gantong? Gantong, yeah. Gantong, yeah. Pagantong contribute to the shifting identity of Cirebon in terms of its cultural significance, right? What impact does Pagantong have on tourism in Cirebon, and how does it shape the city identity? Right. Okay, and then how does Pagantong function in the local economic dynamics of Cirebon? What role does it play in the city's changing identity? Okay, you actually have more than 3 questions. You can see that it's called double barrel question. So you want to break up the questions?
Okay.
So the questions that you want to ask separately, right?
Okay.
Right. Let's look at the first question first.
Yeah.
How does the emergence of Pagantong contribute to the shifting identity of Cirebon in terms of its cultural significance? All right. So number one about this question has to do with the idea of assumption that we kind of discussed this, right? We do not know whether it contributes or not, right? Most likely it does contribute, but we do not know. So we want to say that what is it? Does it? If so, in what ways? You know, does Pagantong contribute to the shifting identity of Cirebon? And in what ways does it contribute?
Yeah.
The more specific question, the question to ask is identity of what or who. Whose identity or what identity are you talking about?
Maybe I think because we will go in the phenomenological research base, so based on the answer from the respondent and informant, then we develop some following question.
Based on the answers of the respondent,
yes,
we develop following question.
Yes, based on the, for instance, how to say the important tone shifting the image of the land. When the answer may be something different, then I change that answer by another question.
Alright. So you'll be asking, you're interested in the identity of the person, individual?
I will make the informant could be a trader, tourist, and local people actually.
So, not informant, whose identity are you looking at, or what identity are you looking at?
The identity from the respondent, you mean?
Yeah, so,
okay.
So you're looking at shifting identity, right?
Yes.
Shifting identity of
what
city,
or who? Or the city.
Or the city.
Or the
Okay.
city.
I'm going to ask even more specific question. Good. You're focusing on the city.
City, yes.
City, now we are going back to the one that we talked just now with Tandis and Muhammad, right? City is an abstract concept, right?
Yes.
Are we referring to the architecture? Are we referring to the, what part of the city are you referring to?
A cultural actually.
Cultural, okay. All right, let's go. Cultural, there's intangible and there's tangible culture.
Intangible.
Intangible culture, okay. Intangible culture, so we are looking at culture as tangible culture as
behave, attitude.
Okay. All right. Intangible culture including recipe. That's kind of. Intangible culture includes art.
Yes.
Right. So it's huge.
Yes. Yes, that's true.
Okay, so which part of culture you want to analyze, or you want to, there's something called a cultural inventory.
Yes.
Inventory is, so when we look at the place, you see what kind of culture do you have. You inventory, you do that. So, what you want to. Again, the intangible culture is an area of culture that is, as I said, it's first of all, it's wide, right?
Yeah.
And if you do not focus, it becomes big. Silat is a culture.
Okay.
Right. Singing is a culture, right? And it's intangible. And those performing arts, including your art, is that. So, is there any aspect of the culture? So this is where it becomes interesting.
Yes.
When people talk about city, usually people might have a feel about the city, right? So seldom people know how to operationalize the feeling, right? You go to Georgetown, you have a certain feel about it. So this is where social scientists need to be much more systematic. So what is it? Are you focusing on the street art, or the language is also culture, there's also intangible culture. So
this is about Chantong. What does it mean?
What's that?
It's food. About Chantong. About Chantong.
Jeroboam.
No, Impal.
Chantong. This is the one that Pak Rudy showed us just now. One of the beef. Beef soup.
Yeah.
So this means
Actually, I want
food culture.
Yes, culinary. That's one I want to emphasize on the culinary.
Food culture.
Yes.
Touchable.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
right.
Yeah.
It's touchable. Not untouchable.
Yeah. Well, we are talking about shifting identity of certain moment. So, what are you So that's the question now. What part of the identity?
Okay, it's good question.
Yeah.
Identity is come maybe from naming, from the character itself. But because so far Cirebon is known as the Shrimp City. But now Empal Gentong, in the cultural manner, supposed to be intangible, and then replace the name of the city itself. So the culinary culture changed identity of shrimp culture. This is a naming of the city.
Yes. Okay, so you're looking at the naming of the city.
Yes. Identity.
So you're looking at the naming of why a city is being named.
Yes.
That
Yes.
so it is not. So it's not. Who. So the shifting identity is what, like why now who decides what the city associated with, or what the clarity needs to be there.
Yeah, okay.
If there's no clarity, it's hard to do research.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can ask the identity. You can reverse this whole thing. You can say the Cirebon identity is shaped by what?
Yeah.
That's another way to say. So people say, well, when you say Cirebon, what do you mean Cirebon? So you want to say, well, the people of Cirebon, their identity is shaped by what?
Yeah.
Right. So, or you want to say the architecture of Cirebon is shaped by what? Or you can say, then because say architecture, are referring to the building or the street art, or you know what I mean. So there's many different aspects that you can zoom in to study.
Okay.
And you will need to be much more focused in your study rather than something that's broad. Then there's nothing to capture the broadness of the study. So generally, I think you're talking also about the impression people get when they go to a city.
Okay.
Right? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Right. So when they go to KL, they associate with the Twin Towers, Metropolitan, right?
Yes.
Right. Something like that. Yeah. So multicultural, right?
Lamps.
Huh?
Lamps. The lamps.
The lamps, yeah. So something like that. So yeah. So are you talking about what aspects the identity per se is? So like Tandis is studying the Shiite Iranian Shiites in Manila, right? So that's the identity they're looking at. So the individual identity.
Okay.
But you're not studying the people, right?
No.
No, you're not studying the people. Okay, good. So eliminate one possibility. So you're not studying the people. So what are you studying?
About that.
This is a question there.
This is very how to say. I want to study about the culinary culture.
Culinary culture. Okay.
Culinary culture
Yeah.
can. How to say, can create the naming for the city itself. Something like, when talking about nasi kandar, we talk about Penang.
Yes.
When pizza, we talk about Italy.
Yeah.
Then burger is an American. Something like that actually.
Yes.
Naming of the city built by what?
By what?
This is my question.
Okay.
So for example, go Mendi to Yemen. Same Mendi, Mendi lamb, Mendi chicken. Go. Our mind go to Yemen.
Yemen. Okay.
Yeah, this is something like that actually.
I gotta go soon. So now, you want to see how a name is being associated with the city.
Yes.
Right. How a name is
Associated with the city. Yes.
With the city. Right. So not how a name, how food influences the city.
Yes.
How a name is associated with the city. Right. So the who. So that is, you can see that might be a quite a different research
Yes.
than what the research want to ask,
Yes.
right? So we want to see who, what portrays a city to be a city.
Yes.
So how a name is associated with the city, but specifically you want to know how a particular culinary dish is associated with the city.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
So how are we going to study that? That's the question. How are you going to study that? When you say a culinary is associated with the city, associated in the city according to whom?
Yes.
It's another one.
Yes.
According to whom? Is it according to the social media? Is it according to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's another aspect, right? According to the authorities, according to whom, right? Then it becomes a study of the whom.
Yes.
It
Okay.
becomes a study of the whom,
Yeah.
right? So you will interview the whom, the who. So the who will be the one who explain to you how it has been associated.
Yes.
Right. So you got to identify the who. From the perspective of who.
Yeah.
Then it becomes a social research. Right. It could be the
Vendor.
What's that?
Is vendor of
The vendor, but the vendors will have label, but that's not what who you are interested in, right? You are interested in the so the question: are you interested in the tourist point of view?
Yes.
Right? Are you interested in the public, government, the social media, the influencers? Who are there?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So you have that clarity. A comparative study of 3 social groups. Food, a particular food in this case, right? How Cirebon is associated with particular culinary. A comparative study of 3 different groups, or 4 different groups, or 10 different groups. Cannot do 10, you go crazy with the research, right? You identify the 3-4 main groups that you want to study. It could be the authority,
yes,
right? So like now, Malang has to disassociate themselves from Apple. Usually, Malang, where Raja is from, Malang Apple belongs to them. Batu say, no, Apple belongs to us. Because we produce Apple, right? And now we separate from Malang. So Apple is ours now. Malang, you find your own fruit right now. That's your problem, right? You don't have an identity. We have identity, right? So that's authority defined, right? So authority is one particular group. But the rest of Indonesia still think Apple Malang.
Yeah, Apple Malang.
Right. If I go to Surabaya, which is close to Rajesh place, just Malang is a separate city, we still look for, ini Apple Malang nih, ini Apple Malang, right?
We know that Malang is associated with Apple.
Apple, right. So you have the group of the tourists, the traders. So this is where, already you got to define which particular group that you want to do comparative study with.
Okay.
Right? And how the tourists, for instance, if you're interested in tourists, but the tourists is also different classes of tourists, right? There's the tourists from Surabaya that go to Malang every weekend, right? Then becomes traffic jam. Or the Jakarta people who go cut to Cirebon or Bandung during weekend. That's why they also go there for weekend, right?
Yes.
Right. So there's the local tourists, there's international tourists, there's upper class tourists, depending on how you slice the tourists. So if you study the tourists alone, you can do comparative study.
Okay.
Right.
Different classes,
Different classes or groups. That alone you can do comparative study. Or the tourists versus the locals versus the authority. Yeah, that can be another comparative group, right? The tourists are people from outside, of course. the locals are the locals, so you got to define who the locals are, and then the authority, right? And then there might be a different group of people, the historians, the academics, the NGOs or whatever, who actually give the name Cirebon to Cirebon, which means the city of streams, right? Right. So there's a naming process there, and then how the change occurs. So to have that clarity of who you want to study and what you want to study, right? So it's like Jane was saying that China, right, is associated with the place name you place. Jing De Zhen. Okay, Jing De Zhen. 这要写给我看了，我真的。By the open and bottom bun. But I cannot read this.
It's the older shape.
繁体字。
Yes, right.
Right. But 繁体字是这样的繁体，我要更会。
It's another kind of.
It's like kind of. So, why is Shandong associated with Confucianism? Right. Yeah, I think food is something else, but right. So that's another, how is that? But you got to study people instead of right. Bangkok is associated with what?
Bangkok is associated with Tom Yum.
Tom Yum.
Yeah, you're not getting it. Bangkok is associated with what? Okay, Hanif doesn't want to answer, but he has the answer, by the way.
Maybe he's
Bangkok is associated with what? Yeah.
Nightlife.
Yes. When Malaysians go to Bangkok, say, why are you doing that for? Especially for men, right? Pattaya, Phuket, Bangkok, all damaged. It's damaged, man. Damaged reputation.
Yeah, it's not good.
Especially the European man.
Especially European men.
Western country.
Yes. But interestingly, right? If I want to find halal food, I go to places close to those places. Because that's where Arabs go.
Oh yeah.
After we do haram, we
go. And I've seen this. I've seen the people with long beard, holding the hands of this Thai girls.
That's right.
It's like, oh God, this is like identity conflict for me.
It's called rented wife. The
shape-looking people. Sort of the 20-year-old Thai girl, something or something like. Okay, this is. I cannot process this in my mind. So okay. No, one night in Bangkok makes a man humble. Right? There's a song to it, but there's a song. So Bangkok has who did it to Bangkok? The GIs. Oh, the American GIs. Okay, American GIs. So the history is before Bangkok became Bangkok, right? Penang was about to become Bangkok.
Okay.
So after I think 2 months, so they attacked Vietnam, right? Americans attacked Vietnam, right? So the American policy after 6 months, it's called a tour of duty. So they tour Vietnam. After that, they come and take a break. So they come break in Penang. So I think after 2 months, the government said, okay, this is bad for Penang, man. The GIs are coming and they're creating these social ills in Penang, the prostitution and all that, right? So the government stopped the GIs from coming. No more GIs coming.
They're destroying the
They destroy the culture. They destroy they create different industry. Right. So the GIs created the nightlife of Bangkok. The American GIs. Yeah.
I think Renyao is late after. How to say that?
Renyao is what?
The man, 男的跟女的。Bangkok.
The what do you call that? Lady boy.
Yes.
Lady boy.
It's after the Americans go to Bangkok, right?
腰鬼那个腰啊，我你们叫人妖啊。Oh my god! monster. Chinese call the lady monster. Man monster.
You don't know?
I didn't know that. I know Lao Yao because Lao Yao is because Lao Yao is in the comic book that I read also.
Still live from YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Oh my
I have no problem. I don't have problem with that Mac crashing. The one country I probably won't be going is US.
There's no, you started
I studied there, but every people ask me, you don't go to US? No. Why should I go there? I go to country that friendly to me. You know, US, during the Trump here, right, Donald Trump, nation, you just beat up nation like that. You know? There are a lot of cases, especially old ladies, for no reason. They just beat up old Asian ladies.
Why?
Why? Because they're just racist.
In what times now?
They're during Trump, Donald Trump here.
Chinese people, they love Trump.
Wait, Trump is very famous in Chinese, the social
Social media.
because he did so much the he is the non-king, no king. He knows everything. He knows everything.
And I can mention China everything.
It's from China. No, he called China.
I know it.
I know, China.
But I wrote China.
I know better than you Chinese.
So, anyways, Parudi, does it help you then?
Yeah,
Okay,
very
so,
clear.
So the clarity is about how does food be associated with cherubon,
Yes.
right? And then you can go closer. What type of food? And you can ask the question how shrimp and empal gentong comes in. You know, this might be your perception.
Yes.
I think there's a lot common perception that empal gentong is the one, but they might not be their perception. But if it's their perception, then you get them to explain. Then,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get the different groups depending on who you're interested in.
Yeah.
Right. And usually the groups that is influential are certain types of people who were influenced it. But I would study the power brokers as well.
Okay.
Meaning people who have power to define, right? So they're the people who, but you define who the power brokers are, you know, in creating the image, right?
Yeah.
Could be influencers, could be,
Yeah.
right? Right? So,
Okay.
the Bangkok, right? Right, it's really bad. But Bali has been in a way damaged by the Australians.
Bali also the same case.
Damaged by the Australians, yeah.
Same issue.
Australian or
Australian, most of them
Australians, yeah.
Australian.
Yeah.
Australia.
Not
Because
Russia, not Ukraine.
but they hate the Russians and the Ukrainians now. The Ukrainians, because if you look at the blacklist in Bali, which I follow, right? The Russians have their own businesses, illegal businesses. Ukrainians have their own illegal businesses now. Right? Now Bali has the code of ethics. Finally, right? All this while they talk about Bali being harmonious, being very welcoming, being, you know. Now they know. Okay, now it's about time that Bali comes. Yes, you should be coming up with that a long time ago, right? Because you know, I have no offense at my Indonesian friends. No, I have a lot of Indonesian friends. They say Bali, and the rest of the world say Bali. But I tell people, Bali doesn't reflect Indonesia.
Yeah.
You want to understand Bali? Do not go to Bali. You want to understand Indonesia? Do not go to Bali.
Yeah.
Because Bali doesn't reflect Indonesia.
You go to Jogja.
Yeah, you go to Jogja. Yes,
My hometown, Jogja.
Yeah. Because Indonesia is diverse.
Yeah.
It's very diverse from Papua. Papua had beautiful beaches, by the way.
Yeah.
Ampat. Yeah.
Oh,
yes,
better than
You can see right down the bottom of the sea and all that.
Famous tourism city.
I don't know.
But you want to see culture, Jogja, Bandung.
Yeah, I mean, good question. Why Bali is so popular than other
2004 or
Because well, that's the question we can ask the question why Bali is.
Yeah, why Bali is so
couples go
popular
there
than the
to
other
have the
place?
wedding.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know Bali.
honeymoon,
Yeah, there's a lot of honeymoon places too, right?
It's very
It's
famous.
freer.
Yeah.
Freer. Not cheaper, freer. It's more expensive, but
Yeah.
it's freer. It's more liberal. It's more liberal.
Somebody told you, I'm going to have wedding in Bali.
Yeah.
It looks like, you're rich.
Yeah. It's more liberal.
Yeah.
But don't get me wrong, I like Indonesia, but I don't think Bali is the place that reflects Indonesia. Bali reflects Indonesia before the arrival of this Western tourists. Yeah. Now you go to the beaches, they have this fire making like Hawaii, not Hawaii. What are we? It's not drinking too much drinking. The Balis have their own tuak, their own alcoholic drink, right? But it's not the type of alcoholic drink that you have in now you have people in bikinis on the motorbikes, right?
Dirty restaurant.
Yeah.
Right, and they beat up people and they fight each other. They get drunk on the road. Right?
So that the
They fight with the police.
Yes.
The Russians, the Ukrainians, especially, right? They get deported now. They got deported. Anyways, it's I gotta go, but revise this thinking. I think you have a better clarity with that one. So you will also in the group that you compare include some power brokers in the group. Okay. The power brokers can be also government, could be the government. It depends on how you define. So like Lanbin, you're in Liaoning, Shenyang, right? Famous for
最有名的是啥？代表性的东西。
吃的、富的还是建筑物？
随便，就是代表，比如说这个瓷器嘛。
鸡架。
啥呀？
鸡架是什么呢？
富的。
The bowl of chicken.